What up, folks? There we go. Hello? What up? How's it going, boss? My name is PewDiePie. No. Can everyone hear me? Does it sound like somewhat normal? Show us some paint, son. Okay, it's my... Oh yeah, I see. Hold on a second. I know. Just that time, and it's so annoying. Like, it goes up to 100. Should be normal now, I think. Does it sound normal now? Really hope so. Car stream today. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but does it sound normal now? I hope so. Turn it further down if literally, look, okay? I don't know if you guys can even see it. That's literally, it is literally in minimum volume, okay? It's in minimal volume. Engine, but very good for background, but heavy. Actual simulation, so I don't know why. Sometimes it just refuses to stop for some reason. That's... Don't know why my mic does that all the time. I still think it's the wire. It's super annoying. Then it resets itself back to 100. Then it's just way too loud, and it happens like legitimately 5 times a day. I'm like, oh, it's doing that thing again. Okay, all right, be right back. Smarty told me that the mod framework has been updated finally. Eevee. Try, Hisham. You try. See what happens. Wanna fight me, bro? Is that what you're saying? That's nice background, but I feel like it would make me sick looking at it longer than 5 seconds. Really? Has a but you can customize all the effects and stuff. Really? It's like a solar system. What? Ow. These think no sense to me, man. I think it's beautiful. Left for rats too, let's go. Yeah, that's about accurate. The sound isn't going back into the microphone. We're good. What do we play, guys? Is the question. Also, what do we play, boys and gals? Buying, shooting, extra projectile boon, drain your HP faster. May have to restart Steam to make it download. What are we talking about now? The update? Very easy to find out. If we can see the value when we change it, then it's good. Otherwise, no good. We can! That means it's working! Yay! Great. Great. That means we can now take buffs. Full is still up though. Primary buff bar. Party boss. Want. Not the priority buff. Normal buff. Made UI. Player UI. Here, add new. Here they are. Good. Buff. I don't want to have that as buff, but I'll temporarily. Now we just need to figure out where the hell that buff appears. So we can. Now it's not a priority buff. For some reason you see nowhere on my screen, right? Gotta go 0 and 0.
Fires.
Oh, hold on a second, guys. Sorry that
I imagine your hearts
concentrating here. Or if it shows up now. Okay, so now it's in the bottom right corner. I forget it every time. It's because I use my numpad to change the camera and like the scene. But that's also what I'm so used to using when I type in stuff like numbers on the in the actual game. So hold on a second. What do we want it again? Center there, so like plus 750 maybe. Almost. 800? 800 is good. And then we just 50 maybe. Yeah, that's about right. I think that's about perfect. That's exactly where I want the buffs to go, so that's nice. Two freaks. By the way, man, since last, sorry, I wasn't reading chat for a moment. Got updated, should work. Gonna update my UI when I get home. Nice. When you move the mouse, the background moves. That's more the problem. I heard that the rats were talking smack about you, saying you can't kill them good. Lol. I want to join 3-man party. Yeah, sure, Tadas. Sure. By the way, mention that. Chaos ways for earning coins and start next game with 0 coins. Any fix? I think it's if like the host leaves or some shit like that happens. But I have had it happen to myself as well, so I'm not entirely sure. I had videos for a few weeks. Great work, informative and entertaining. Glad to hear that, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Bryce is hacking. Didn't get behind the scenes exclusive, but made this good because I got my popcorn now. Oh, well, thank you very much. And my non-priority buffs don't get centered. No, me neither. Exactly. That's why, but they should now. I guess they changed something so that numbers are different. It's also going to be interesting to see if I can actually spot timed X now. Are you gonna go to sleep? No, go to slay some skating. Sorry. Let's get to doing the same. Any guess we could play elf. Started. They already started. Hate it when people start. We're still in the keep. Great. Hello there, Ratback. You and my friend. Coffee to energy drink. That's how you're healthy. Stay healthy, boys. Coffee. Oh, that's not enough. Let's get some energy drinks on top. But I wouldn't mix the two. And it must be an ungodly taste.
No two trips through the Chaos Wastes follow the same route. Once begun, you must see things through to the end,
good.
or return in
I'm
failure.
gonna bet it's better than this one.
Marked
Yeah.
with a halo are cursed by
Block,
the Chaos
get
Gods.
Power, but extra
Bring me
points.
back something
Definitely.
nice.
Pick up message. Also, a little tip to anyone: if you ever have issues with error messages in the chat, you can just disable them in the settings under the framework. Case. What's that? Matt led PK high on energy drinks and coffee. You know it. How do you get on the Citadel of Eternity? You need to beat 3 different...
Rest is for later. Flames
you need to beat 3 different adventures.
To triumph in this place, you must
Like if you just go on the
scavenge
custom
from your
map,
foes.
there's like 4 different runs you can do, and 3 of them are going to be locked if you haven't done any. You need to defeat the 3 first in order to do the one that then leads you to the Citadel of Eternity. Again. You can't seem to get on that map. You put the 2 arenas to unlock it. Yeah, exactly. You need to beat 3 arenas, and then you can queue the Citadel of Eternity, and that's what we've done here. And so we'll get to it at the end. This, assuming we don't suck, which time will tell. We don't know yet.
I'll set that Okri ablaze.
Really, wizard? You think setting me on fire is a good idea? A gutter runner is here. The darkness.
I've got balls of steel.
Light me! Stunner is no more. You burn brightly, wizard.
Normally you'd be looking for items all over the place, but but thank you very much, NT.
Maybe we should
But
kill it.
that's not necessary here because we have the modifier for infinite gold. That's not what the modifier is for, but technically,
Hello, River.
definitely one of the best modifiers to get. I just always feel like I have more money, even if you don't abuse it, even if you're just playing the game normally. I always feel like I end up with way more money whenever on that modifier.
Sure, you just shot me.
I don't know if it's just me, but does the game sound heavily delayed? Wait. Oh no, my god, not again. It's like I've had this issue recently. It's not for me. That's the weird part. Oh shit. Okay, hold. Why do I have so many audio problems every freaking time I'm streaming? There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. Like there has to be something about audio configuration that's weird for some reason. I feel like you're not the first person. Like it's not the first time we've had this issue. I just forget about it every time I'm streaming. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that happens sometimes. It can't be the screen, but it's just weird because it's not delayed on my screen, so I don't know what it is. And I don't know what it could be. What could delay the in-game audio but not my voice? That means it has nothing to do with the connection. It can't be the game either because it's not delayed on my screen. Yet the weird thing is, recently when I've done in video recordings, I've noticed that the sound slowly went out of sync in the recording, but it didn't happen while I was recording. So like there's something. Okay. I know what we do. We have to. I still have all this for this, but I guess we play this map finished, and then we ask them politely to give us a moment. Yeah, sorry guys, I have serious audio problems on the stream. And I have to concentrate.
Over here, quickly now.
What could it be? Anyone have any ideas? Yeah, sorry if oh crap, we just have some audio delay issues. Flail is also a good weapon. What could it be? I'm just trying to think what.
Archers, over there.
I know a way I can possibly fix it after, but it just seems weird that it's necessary. I don't understand. Anyone have any good ideas, like at all whatsoever? Because I really don't want to. Like, it's been bothering the hell out of me. Like, does everyone have a delay? Because like last time we had an even weirder situation where like some people had delays, some didn't. Only in the game. I don't know. This makes no sense. For V85, I believe. What I'm playing with. I just oh shit. Not getting through. Has to be simple. After this, I'm just gonna do a test or something. Yeah, I'm sorry guys for that. I cannot concentrate right now. I cannot concentrate because I'm just constantly thinking about the fact that there's a 1.5 second delay on the stream, which makes absolutely no sense.
Portion here. I can't vouch for a taste.
But this is...
I think it's this way.
Rauger, here it comes!
Not yet.
Tend your wounds, Dwarf. Radiance!
There's a check rat screen where the OBS doesn't have sync settings for individual audio inputs. Maybe something reset/changed.
Sorry. Oh, fuck you.
Let me just. I'm so sorry, guys. I apologize for wasting a moment. Just give me a moment here to. This is the offset that. Oh. The reason there's this offset was to fix the original problem, right? There's also a sync offset here. Let's set everything to 0. It's only playing on 2 tracks. Down mix to mono. Maybe if I do that here as well. Oh wait, because this was in sync and this was out of sync. Maybe if I remove that. Haven't tried that before. Okay. Advanced audio settings in OBS that you can. Yeah, I know greater, but the weird thing, the thing that made no sense last time while we were streaming is that quite clearly, like some people had delay, some people didn't have it. Like it made no sense, right? Because it also makes no sense because it was only the game and not me talking, which is why. I guess it could, just really quickly. Let me just see one thing. Let's just test if it does the same with the Counter-Strike noise. I just want to I just want to check if a different game does the exact same thing. None of us mind. It's yeah, I'm sorry, video. Don't worry. We'll get it. We'll get it fixed. Just gonna check if the sound is also delayed in here. Thing is, it does. Even if it doesn't annoy you, me knowing that there's a delay annoys me. Like just knowing that is actually really bothering me. Let's just see if there's a delay. There we go. Is it normal now? Yeah. Because it did the whole reset thing. Why do I have nothing but audio issues? Like, just the fuck? Can I just have a normal stream, please? Wait, does this look normal at least? Okay, good. Fucking Christ. This looks. Does this sound completely normal to everyone? Can test behind the stream. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so this is completely synchronized. Okay, that's good. That's a good. Okay, so if that's completely synchronized now, then maybe we found. Maybe we have discovered the issue. Maybe the downmix to mono somehow. Yeah, maybe that was the setting that somehow screwed everything over. Delayed. Oh wait, so it's delayed for. Delayed. Okay. Okay, so back into Counter-Strike. Since that's, I think that's a good game for just getting it fixed. Okay, so if it is delayed. Okay, so if that is delayed, let's see here. So now we just need to figure out by how much. And then we should be good to play some Vermintide. Apologies, stream. So, desktop audio is coming too late. If it's coming too late, then we need a delay. Oh, no, wait, that's then we need to do like this. Let's see here. If it's too late, we need. Question is how many milliseconds? you guys make it sound like it was a lot. So let's try 30. I know that's a lot, but let's see here. Okay, so what the fuck does that? Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. No delay with on that burst drive. Really? It's exactly 30 milliseconds. Please tell me that was synchronized. And I will be happy. Oh, great. Thank God. Okay. Thank you, stream. I'm sorry. I really appreciate your patience. And rest in peace to everyone's ears.
Welcome to the Swagger Dagger Squad.
What? How does it go from...
Welcome to the Swagger Dagger
But
Squad.
that makes no sense. But how? That makes no sense. The setting hasn't changed. I don't understand. But how does it go from completely synchronized to non-synchronized? Without, like, I haven't changed. I don't get it. Why does this have to be hard? Wait. Wait. But I still, even if, like, if 30 milliseconds doesn't affect it, then why is it that suddenly it was completely in sync for everyone, and then the next moment it wasn't? I've tried by 1,000 now. Tried by 1,000. So sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry for wasting your time. Oh my god. Like, is this at all in sync?
Good evening. Made it through another day, eh?
Yeah, sorry, Smarty, but the issues. Like, is this in sync at all whatsoever? Someone, please. Does it sound just somewhat in sync? Keeps being delayed at about 1 second. But is it just me, or is it like this function here does nothing? It's like it's not. Maybe, what if we do like this? Down mixed? Oh no. That just means that it takes it and puts it into a single audio track. But that might just unsync my microphone instead. Very delayed, at least 0.5 seconds, like 1.5 seconds. Agree about one. This makes no sense. Are you able to restart the stream? I mean, yeah, technically, but like, I don't think that would work. Like, what confuses the hell out of me is how is only the game if it was also my microphone, like if then maybe, you know, it was an internet issue or some shit, right? And then maybe there was some, but because my voice is completely in sync, yet the game sound is unsynchronized, no matter what I set it at. I don't understand. How's that even possible? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, so right now it's synced. Okay, it's fine now. No delay now. Don't touch. Oh, okay.
The game plan against you.
Okay, I will touch nothing. I will touch nothing. Okay, last confirmation. Please tell me it's in sync now. I didn't touch any settings. Wait a second. Maybe I know what it is. Wait. Is it out of sync now? Because if it's out of sync now, then I actually have an idea. Maybe it's the tapping in and out that has something to do with it. Please tell me, is this in sync? Is this in sync? Please? Okay, thank you. Whew. I don't do this very often, but thank God! I guess we found an issue that science itself can't solve. My audio settings. This is not a problem of physics. This makes no sense. Oh my God. Whew. I just need a breather after that. Okay. It's working. I don't know what was wrong, and I don't want to know. Pleasant thoughts. Like the fuck? I'm sorry, stream. Hopefully we will have no more technical difficulties. Customer service. Someone is named customer service. We have to play with customer service. Switching to the full screen and window in menu can help, or restarting the game. Yeah, maybe that's it.
That wasn't a kick. Don't kick. I was just viewing his profile. Sorry. It's quite. Dude, are you really from Burkina Faso?
What?
Yeah, I'm definitely from Burkina Faso, man.
Bro, don't troll because I'm from South Africa, dude. So I was just checking.
No. Yeah, I'm not from Africa. I'm sorry.
Good, bro.
Don't forget to call customer service.
You're really the party knife. Word up, dude. I love your content, man.
Thank you very much, my friend. This is very kind of you.
It's you, dude. Word.
Through the Chaos Wastes follow the same route. Once begun, you must see things through to the end or return in failure. Sites marked with a halo are cursed by the Chaos Gods. Bring me back
Okay,
some.
it's all good now, chat. I think we're in the clear. Oh, Maxu, for a moment, you motherfucker. I read that, I went, and then, oh no, just trolling. Oh, you know what? If it's delayed, I don't even want to know. You know, let's just play the freaking game. Oh, inner peace, inner peace, inner peace. Meditate, meditate. Nice thoughts. At least it was funny, okay? Can all enjoy my pain live on stream. What are we here for if not for that as a streamer? Enjoy my misery. Well, you did title this as exactly. You know, big brain. I thought of this ahead of time. No, I didn't.
The skies are alive with bolts of change. Keep moving.
Annie.
Well, you'll have to teach me that move.
Got an extra heal over here.
Don't squander it.
Danger approaches.
Vape it out, bro. Will do, Jamie. Will do. And welcome to the stream. A sad day when my Cooper passed level-wise my salts. Ooh, explosives. I don't know. Once I had everything above level 100, then I stopped looking. Also because I played too much modded ROM. Can't afford it. We're too poor. All because Zealot is not as good in Waste. I think he's pretty good. I don't know what's wrong and I don't care. PK at 2020. Yeah, exactly. I don't care. Screw it. I know, what was I saying? Yeah, Zealot. I think the Zealot is pretty good. You're like, you just have to get over that sort of Zealot craze of accepting that you're not going to be at maximum stacks at all time. But if you can get past feeling horrible every time you look at your health, then he's actually pretty good, because there are actually a lot of unique, really strong boons. It's just that you're gonna constantly, at first, you're gonna constantly feel bad about the fact that there's too much healing, too much, you know, all these things. That means you're not at 6 passive stacks, which is annoying the hell out of you, and it's annoying the hell out of me as well when I play him. And it's like, you just have to get over it. And then he's actually not too bad. Thank God, PK at 2021 too. Yeah, but I didn't mean it literally. Let's be very. Oh yeah, I can show you guys this bug. Hey, guys,
like it a lot.
Guys, you wanna come on an adventure here? Come, trust me. Just don't jump down into any holes, okay? Just don't jump into any holes. Trust me. Don't worry about the minions. They can't follow. They're gonna stop, roughly speaking, right here. There's an invisible wall.
He has to the Grand Canyons.
Yeah, and like you can actually keep going all the way out to like there's like a huge like siege thing up there.
Declining. The furthest I ever got to was the edge.
Yeah, it's right here. Let's just show the stream. Let's we'll go back again. Just don't jump into any holes, and we should be fine. Just check out that siege weapon.
Crazy.
Like if you had that on war camp, you would only need like maximum of 1. Like you wouldn't have to bang that 3 times. Like
I'm literally awestruck, dude. I have been playing the Chaos Waste since the 20th, and I've been looking for like these little niches. I still haven't found this one, man.
And then there's just like a huge opening in the map. I don't know why. Like there's literally just a huge gap in the map.
Dude, my GP is so confused right now.
Yeah, like you can walk all the way over there. Like, I don't know if you want to keep going or if we can also just walk back. It's not
There
show
anything
everyone.
there? How far? Who's gone the furthest? Has anyone kept a record?
I mean, I've been over past the siege machine, and it does keep going a bit longer, but I think it stops around there. I kind of burned out now. Witch Hunter Captain is extra cool. I play like 90 games of Solid in normal. I'm always annoyed every time I play Solid. Yeah, true that, Sixzilla. True that. I get that. The last Solid can be damn broken in Chaos Wave. Yeah, he can, but I totally get it. That's a Warcam Bram. I mean, I think that's a little bit more aggressive. And like it's so weird because it's just like there's a hole in the map. It's like, how did they miss that?
Nah, it's a feature. It's fine.
I guess. I'll activate.
To the dance, baby. To the dance.
That's a nice teleport.
Not 20% HP boost, so you can only get 5 stacks in passive as Solid. I imagine if it just kept stacking with the Solid, like if you weren't capped at 6. Oh shit!
Hands. I need healing.
That aggro out of the blue. Like if it didn't stop at 6, like I think you can get like 20% plus 20% plus 50%. I haven't done the math. Whoops.
You did it!
But it's a lot.
Get to claim your reward.
Oops. I forgot. I have seen someone with oh shit. I have had a game where we had all 3, but I forgot it wasn't on me, so I forgot how much health he had. But it was way over 200. Wow.
We've run out of dark spots.
I can reduce everyone else's cooldown. Yay! Hello there, Johan. And Hopsisel and Puccina. And everyone
I just
else.
had a crazy run with
Note
Mr.
Recon,
Creeper. It was like
Victor,
40% damage reduction.
Dirty Circle, greater good.
I mean, not damage reduction,
Obviously.
cooldown reduction, man. I was literally just screaming for days.
Nice.
I had explosive crits
Diva,
and chain
Smarty,
lightning on
Trust
Engineer
Gaming.
Warden just through. I'd say it was pretty broken.
I'll say hi to
It's
everyone.
like
And thank
the
you,
bosses could not do anything.
stream. I really appreciate your patience. I really mean that. Thank you so much to everyone for being so understanding with the
We
whole.
have to play a Twitch game, please, Mr. Party Nav. I'm a big fan. We have to play some Twitch mode if there's people who are keen.
I'm sure. I don't mind.
Been able to play on US East actually. Like, there's not many players in EU playing Twitch mode.
Yeah, that's true. I would play more Twitch mode if it actually worked on YouTube. But when you stream on, you can't connect it to your own chat on YouTube, which kind of sucks.
Pocketing, man. It's unfortunately the way the beast is taking control of everything, right?
Oh, we can still play Twitch mode. You just gotta put it on a random chat, I guess, or someone else streaming Vermintide.
Friend, but he doesn't play much nowadays. He, you know, he went and had a child like an idiot.
And the people watching and still 15 likes. Come on, I know. Oh shit! Fuck. There we go. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Dirty Circle. You're too nice. You're too nice. How did I type people that? What the hell? Unchained or pyro with flail? Unchained, I prefer the flail. Right now, I'm playing pyro. I mean, you can also use the flail on pyro for that matter. It's just in the chaos waste. I feel like it'd be very risky to do, especially early on. Like some weapons in the chaos waste struggle more than others, especially early on. Like for example, I was playing Shade the other day, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna grab the spear, because for those that don't know, the spear is actually really good with Cloak of Mist, right? Especially like when you're doing things like Onslaught or other like really difficult stuff, then the spear can be a safe choice, right? It can be a really like a good way to have a lot of survivability.
So clunky.
But in Chaos Waste, because you start out with no Swift Slaying, no attack speed, and 450 power, I found myself dying so many times just because I forgot just how slow it actually shoots. Hits, sorry. When you have no properties on it whatsoever, right? And I just kept forgetting about that. Like, just how slow the spear actually is when it has nothing going for it. Like, nothing extra added on top. And that did cost me a couple of lives. At least a lot of healing, when you put it that way. There are some weapons that are harder to sort of get started with. And I think the flail might be one of them. Oh shit.
Simple.
We're kind of rich, so do it. Oh! Plus 24% extra coins. Fuck yeah. Is there a reason you don't usually use Twitch? Yes, there is, Tyrion.
Pushed down by the storm.
Actually, I didn't hear what it said. Like, I love Twitch as a platform, but I absolutely despise the people in charge of Twitch. Like, the level of inconsistencies, morally, and like in bans and stuff, I just... I like to say what I mean. Like, I like to not censor what I'm saying. I really like that. Like, it's something I really care about a lot. And I feel like on Twitch, I would, like, sooner or later, give me a week of actual daily streaming and I'd be banned off of Twitch, I feel like. I'd be scared to share my actual opinion on that platform. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I dislike their moderation. I dislike the fact that it's inconsistent. Like, it's so inconsistent, it makes no sense. And then on top of that, they like to pretend like they have the moral high ground whilst also promoting what is essentially softcore porn to 12-year-olds, right? But under the cover of being a gamer platform. So I love the site Twitch, I love the content creators on Twitch, but I think the people in charge of Twitch these days are absolute morons and hypocrites. And I have a feeling that I'd be banned off this platform really, really quickly. So that's primarily why like, I'd be scared to build my livelihood on Twitch. So I used to stream on Twitch, but it's been a while. And that's pretty much why. I want to buy that boon, but I feel like I do have extra coins. You know, fuck it. Normally I wouldn't, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, max health 50%, not bad. It's actually pretty good. It's gonna stack with the 20%. Nice, very nice. Not just hot tub streamers are things. Yeah, exactly. It's like, what do you think about dual daggers in Chaos Waste? I think they're fine. I think the sword and dagger will always be slightly better, but I think less so maybe actually than in normal gameplay. For that exact reason, right? They definitely have attack speed going for them, and a lot of dodging. So they still have the problem of having a very small, effective block angle. It's only 40% by default, which means anything that you don't block
No, darlings.
and look at essentially is going to be an ineffective dodge. And so essentially early on when you use the daggers, 2 attacks are going to break your block, right? So there is that risk, but assuming you have good movement, then the dual daggers are fine. Got 110% HP, 50%, 2020. Oh, nice. Nice chunk, nice chunk. Sorry, I missed that. That's a lot of health.
Oh, goody! More to kill.
He doesn't know how to play Sienna. Unchained plus Fell is basically brain dead friendly. I like this corner here, because your back is safe, and it's not so isolated that if there's a single...
you're streaming, dude. I just got a notification on my phone that you're streaming.
This is true.
Dude, I'm sad. I usually enjoy my like party knife streams.
Someone's hit the bell. Thank you very much.
What is that?
I really appreciate it, man. What a nice guy. Hit the bell. No. Who wants this potion? I just realized that this potion is pretty useless on me compared to the other one.
Not before time.
Actually, so far, I'm just going to concentrate a bit here. I said, and got hit. No, I'm just going to concentrate a bit here because I actually think this is going to be a pretty good game. Everyone seems to be reasonable players, all in sync, and we actually had a pretty good start, getting both coins and health on a boon. What was the other thing we got? I forgot. I feel like we did. Oh yeah, that's actually also not bad at all. Oh shit. Does have a healing. I hope they add in some more boons within a decent amount of time. I don't think there's enough. Yeah, I would agree with that. But that's also what I like about the Chaos Waste. I have a feeling, because adding some boons in, that seems to be fairly easy, right? Like in terms of content updates, that's actually a way you can really keep it interesting in a very easy way, like in a low effort way, right? Adding a boon, sure you need to balance it, but like just making a boon isn't that much work compared to like having to worry about balancing talent changes and stuff. I feel like boons, because boons can be broken without being broken, right? Because then you simply make the rarity of the boon higher or lower, I guess, depending on how depending on how you look at it. Make it more rare, less common. So that's why things can be broken without actually being broken in Chaos Wastes. And that's what I think I really like about it. Is that, yeah, it can be broken without actually breaking the game. I guess that's one way of looking at it.
You'll burn the same.
Damage-wise, it feels like permacrit or double projectile. Is everything else disappointing or supplementary to those two builds? Yeah, those are definitely the two of the important ones. Probably the two best. Tried the Pyro from Evil and got guaranteed crits on damage with Chain Lightning, and the Slanish Curse 2 never had so much fun with a broken build. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it is really a lot of fun. Like those two are just, oof, they're so delicious. I had a winning game the other day with the double projectile, which, as I said, also works for her ulti. I didn't get the crit on that one. I've never had both of them at the same time, but my god, it was broken enough as it was. Just your crit chance in general is still insanely, yeah, rarity higher, frequency lower, exactly. Oh, I'm so glad that it's just working now. Ooh, I have to try to pronounce that name. Wait a sec. Meduakisflyser. Meduakisflyser? I'm sorry, I like butchering people's names. That is hard to pronounce, not gonna lie. Meduakisflyser. That was my best attempt. But welcome to the stream, bro. Let's see, what do we got here? Stamina, that's not the best. Harmony, 2 shrines of harmony, really? And not the greatest rolls. Double harmony.
No, stop. I was going to argue with you. I was going to say everyone has so much hate for the 60% push block angle. But if you look at the numbers, man, 60%. 60%
Yeah, exactly.
is huge.
It is.
That is huge,
I actually
especially
don't
if
think
you've
it's
got
that
a
bad.
one-handed weapon.
Donation doesn't work. It doesn't? As far as I know, it should work.
I feel like
Is
this
it-
push block angle needs to be nerfed a little bit, man, because 60% is huge. And
Hold
like,
on
you
a second,
can have
Orak.
Sienna with a one-handed dagger, and if you get this trait going, man, it gets out of hand sometimes. You can literally just like res people, no problem.
Can you give me like 1 sec?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, it should work. I think it works. Yeah, it works to me at least. Or do you mean I sent you on the YouTube link didn't show? There should be 2 links down there. There should be 2 links, and yeah, there should be 2 links. I think it's only one of them that's for OBS, and the other one is not. I've actually forgotten what's exactly in the description. I'll check it after. I'm so sorry if it didn't
Really
pop up.
tight. I just noticed you playing Pyromancer now. Holy cow!
Looks like it goes deep.
What do you think I was playing? But regardless, thank you so
Playing
much,
Battle
dude.
Wizard,
Really
man.
appreciate that. If it's dependent on your region, I think. Oops. I will definitely check it out after this game. I promise you, I will check it out after this game just to see if it's.
I'll admit it.
It's just really hard. I really don't want to stop the whole stream for it, but I promise you. Remind me as soon as we're done with this game, and I will go. I'll go take a look.
My man.
Oh, there it is. No wait, that's pig skills.
Did you say you were from South Africa, Kruber?
Pig
From
skills.
South Africa. I've
You-
only been here in the UK for a
You
year.
absolute mad lad.
Okay, yeah. I started to think
Testing.
you were like living in South Africa because my ping seems really bad for some reason.
Nature unbound. Sorry.
Dude, you're such a mad lad. But Orak and pig skills, thank you so much to both of you, man. You're so nice. The membership tempts me ass, Marty. You don't have to. It's cool.
Let me heal.
But thank you for even considering it. That is very nice of you.
Right here.
Sit down. Yeah.
But you don't have to. It's all good. No one has to give me anything. Edie said, I like the stream to be totally free. I'm okay. Everything I get, that's just a bonus roll. Whoops. Let's see here. But it did help lighten my mood. It's not gonna lie. It was a little. Not gonna lie. I was a little bit frustrated when I started the stream.
These vermin
Oh.
come with shields.
Now I'm
realize.
just twice as happy that it's actually just working. Oh man. For a moment I literally just thought that it was gonna end in like, yeah, just in pain and tears, like nothing was gonna work.
That potion shall serve.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Diana,
No one saw that. Didn't happen. You can't prove it. Good job. Let's get serious here.
Rattling. I'll roast him.
Good.
I've spotted ammunition. Yeah, no backslapping. Get it done. Shields incoming!
Before we activate, this way, let's go all the way around, check items.
Oh, that's good, darlings.
Weapon exchange for melee. I don't know what's worse, the Nurgle modifier or blood tornadoes. Yeah, they're about equal amounts of bullshit. Calculated.
A gutter runner treads close.
Oh shit.
Just pushed randomly and found him mid-air. Didn't even know he was here.
I just hate that visual effect, it's so annoying. Miracle is worse for me. Yeah, honestly, if I'm just if we're just talking which one I hate the most myself, it's the Nurgle one. I just thought that it was funnier to sort of trash on blood tornadoes in the video because of yeah, I don't know, it just fit better with the idea I have. But I actually think this modifier annoys me more because I really hate things that restrict my movement. Like and sure, a blood tornado does, but it does it in an opposite way, right? It's an area I have to avoid more than an area I have to stick to. You know what I mean? I feel like being restricted in a sense to your teammates. I don't know. There's just something annoying about it. Like even if you can count on your teammates, there's something annoying about it. I don't know why. And the effect, the visual effect of going outside, that annoys me even more.
I felt like it was getting out of hand, sorry.
Nah, it's cool. Yeah, it's totally fine, dude. Totally fine. I felt the same. Better safe than sorry.
Want heals, Carillion?
That's nice.
Would ye want to be a god, fly? And if so,
Yeah.
what would you exemplify?
Divine or not?
Hey, what up, Kuma?
I will be content to serve at Sigmar's right hand.
Yeah, well, that's something to think on.
Let's move.
Above!
Oh.
Stop, man!
Oh,
Die.
that's good, darlings.
Storm vermin.
The range specials make me feel like real life with the staff. Yeah, that's true. Like long range specials, it's the worst. But that's also why I feel like it shines a little bit extra on the Pyromancer, just because her ulti gives her at least some capability, right? To take out specials at a range. You're not completely at the mercy of the staff. Because I totally agree. Sometimes it really, like, sometimes you really feel helpless with it. It's a bit greedy, but I feel like I can do that because I have the extra coins, which means I can sort of afford it. It was a bit greedy.
Think the shield will stop me, vermin?
Explosion!
No gloom! Patching up a wizard. Patching.
Hey, Smarty, moving towards the end. Ah, that's nice. That's nice.
Ammunition.
Work. Happy good choice, man. Fresh, cool ale. If you know where that reference, it's I think it's the panda from Warcraft 3, if I recall it correctly. And like part and also the peasant. Work. Happy good choice, man. Where is it? Or is it the troll? No, it's. I know it's from Warcraft 3, but I'm actually not sure. Yeah. There's the one. Work.
Shielding rats. Be ready.
That's one of the. I forgot, man. It's been so long. God damn, I missed that game, Warcraft 3. Absolutely amazing game, no doubt about it. Sucks how the remastered was Pile of dog shit. I mean, it could. They have fixed some of it, but still, it's least successful launch in history of gaming. I think. I don't think I've ever seen that much backlash to a release before, and that says a lot. Like perhaps the only release to top it was Cyberpunk. That may be the single only release to actually go beyond failure. Kind of weird the part of mine doesn't want to stream himself in bathtub. I know, right? Like, why wouldn't I do it? Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't have a bathtub here, a hot tub. We're not, you know, we're not at that level yet.
Just like a dwarf.
Black rat. It will burn.
I mean, yeah, that's actually funny because actually in my old, like, in the place I lived before I moved to this apartment, we had both an indoor swimming pool and we had a hot tub and we had a bar, and we were 4 guys, like there's 4 friends renting a house in like the countryside in Denmark at somewhat unreasonable. I know that it was more expensive than we could afford. I mean, we could afford it, but we also couldn't, right? It was like, it was just expensive, like it was just cheap enough that it was a good deal, but also just expensive enough for us because we were young, you know, and didn't make that much money, that it was sort of every month felt like a struggle, right? Like every month towards the end, it was like, you know, it was like, look, everyone was looking in the kitchen in like the refrigerator, and it was just empty, right? And everyone was like, you know, just trying to get by, right? But at the same time, we were freaking living in a 3-story house with a 900 square meter property in like the countryside of Denmark, right? Like, I remember my friend, he had sort of the room with the best view, right? He had like a panorama window out to like a hillside of grazing cows, right? So he always told me how every time he got mad playing like Dota 2, right? And every time he raged, he said he would just look up and he'd just take 10 seconds and look out his window and he'd be like, okay, I'm calm again, right? Because it's just the most chill-ass background you can imagine. But that also came with a downside, of course, because part of our renting agreement, which is what made it sort of affordable for us, was that we did things like, you know, we had to keep the property nice, right? So like, we would help, like, we were friends with the owner. He'd come by once in a while and like give us a steak dinner, and he'd get way too drunk on red wine because he lived in Spain with his wife, right? And he was renting it to us, and he was a really nice guy. We still talk to him to this day, actually. But essentially, we also had to sort of keep the property clean. Like, so mow the lawn, for example, was something we had to do, despite the fact that it was a really fucking huge lawn with like hills on. So it was like, it wasn't as easy as it sounds, right? And, you know, we helped him paint the entire house. And like, you know, so there were downsides as well, but let's just say it was an interesting year and a half, let me put it that way. And we had fiber optic network, despite the fact that we were in the countryside, 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Everyone had their own room. One of my friends who lived downstairs, he even had his own bathroom with the sort of with the hot tub. It was an interesting time, very interesting time. We held like a move-in party. What's it called? Like you know, the kind of, yeah, a party when you move, right? I don't know if that's a thing in English, but we have like a word for it in Danish, like a moving-in party. But anyways, and I think we were like 100 people, right? And we had this friend who's a chef, who like brought a bunch of fresh fruit, and we essentially, you know, those plastic boxes from IKEA that are like this size. Oh shit, that you like use to store stuff, right? You know, those large plastic, like sort of like the size of a moving box, right? So like, you know, fairly decent size. And we filled a whole one of those with fresh fruit and booze, like just hard booze, like just, you know, a bottle of rum, a bottle of, you know, just bottles of booze, right? And I think we were like 100 people, roughly speaking, at the party. And I just remember that I barely remember because I got really, really drunk, let me put it that way. Like, really drunk. Because we just had that like a bathtub, not a bathtub, that's an over exaggeration, but still, we had pretty much a bathtub, just of like welcome drink that you could just go out and just, you know, you didn't have to. You could just refill it. It was yeah. I think that's one of the best parties I've ever had. Definitely the best party I've ever hosted or been. I guess we were all hosting it, but yeah. Housewarming. That's the word. Thank you. That's what it's called. Whose kidney we eat today? Wait, what? Enjoying a delicious burger. I'm so old. I remember when Warhammer Tabletop came out. I love this game. Have you ever done a non-gameplay stream? Would you be up for something like that in the future? Yeah, for sure, Pick Skills. Honestly,
Do you have
I don't know. I'm scared to
strange
bore people to
coins?
death, but
Offer
yeah,
them to the shrine
I
to
would
receive
totally be up for doing a non-gameplay stream. I've actually thought about it before, but then I don't know why I didn't ever get through to do it. How much do I?
Don't worry. You each have your own coins. Spend or save
Definitely
as
that
you
one.
wish.
So yeah, sure, we can do that. Well, do you have anything specific in mind? Like, I enjoy talking, if you hadn't noticed. Especially about, like, I enjoy talking about two things, like science and philosophy. That's like one category of stuff I love to talk about. But I also just love talking about life. You know, like weird shit, funny stories, stuff like that. You know. Interesting shit that has happened in life. You know, PK can tell stories while playing a difficulty. I don't. Not always. Sometimes it goes horribly wrong when I talk too much, but I don't know. I feel like otherwise, if I wasn't talking in a way, then I might as well just be. It might just well be a video, right? I have to talk, stream. You're good with storytelling and with chat and reactions in between the hours will fly by. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, my friend. He already does that, Smarty, at least in my case. I have a good feeling about this run. Oh, we could totally do that. Like, I have thought about having a podcast sometime, but I know but at the same time, also like, yeah, everyone does that. You know, I also look at some people and go, no, bro, stop yourself. You just stop yourself. You should not have a pod. Like, not everyone should have a podcast. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, it's. Part of me thinks that it would be nice to, but there's also at the same time that I'd be lying if I didn't say that it's a lot harder than it sounds, right, to make a good podcast, and I don't know where I would start. Like, who the fuck would I invite, right? That's the where do you begin? I think that's the hardest part about it. I think it's easy once you have it going, right? But like, where the fuck do you start? And like, I don't know. And do you do it on the channel you already have? Do you do it on a separate channel? Like, I don't know. There's so many unknowns, right? It's always scary when you try new stuff, right? But you have to do it anyways.
Do we go for this egg before the chest?
No, man. If you guys are comfortable with 2 monsters, I'm happy with 2 monsters. But like, let's not be indecisive. Let's make a choice.
Much to do. Much to do.
Choice is yours, my friend. I'm good, whatever we do.
Well,
I don't want to be horrible. Are we comfortable with 2 monsters? I am comfortable with that. I don't mind.
I was born comfortable. No.
to destroy
Let's
the
kill
egg.
the first one though.
Best sentence ever. I was born comfortable. I don't know why I think that's funny. Part of me thinks that's hilarious. Why is it hilarious? Wait, how long is there for the egg to spawn?
20 seconds.
Maybe 17 seconds, but it's right here below us.
Yeah, I need to figure out what UI element that is, and like, maybe it's, I don't know, because I can't see the timer.
I'm not being funny. I know the developers said that some mods are okay, but I've found that since I've disabled all of my mods, like every single one of them, I don't have any user interface issues anymore.
Do you worship it as divine?
I mean, the only issue I have is the timing of X. Better not die.
Don't leave your reward behind.
This way! Onwards!
Next one.
Why do I get so many berserker traits? I guess I should take this one, but fuck it. Like, somehow, like you guys need to see. Like, I'll probably use a clip for jokes at some point. It's like I was playing a Shade earlier today, right? Working with joke. I've been born with depressions. Yeah, indeed. I was playing a Shade, right? And I get to a shrine. Somehow it was possible that I was playing Shade, and I had 3 uniques, and none of them were useful. I didn't know it was possible. That was possible. Like, none of them were. All 3 of them were like dog shit for the situation I was in at the time. It was almost like the game was mocking me. Here you go. Here's these very rare rolls, but they suck for you. Well, we've actually gotten pretty decent build at the moment. It's not exactly the go-to traits that we're getting, but it's alright.
There, I see the objective.
Oh, no. Why you destroyed? We fight boss? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Alf is a little bit uncomfortable, he said, but it's okay. We'll get through this together as friends. Don't worry.
Exactly.
The power of friendship.
See guys, this is how you control. Fuck this shit.
You think so?
One too much, but
Made a bit of a mess.
Who can say with a spawn? It was a mess to begin
oh, it's
with.
like a birthmark. Wait, what? Well, this is your full-time job, isn't it? Yes, it is. Would be cool to dedicate a day or a week just to make talking, stream, or podcast. And find the time, I'm sure your audience would come there. Oh, thank you very much, Pick Skills. It's too nice. You know these, right? But yeah, maybe we should have like a Sunday chill-out thing. I don't know
I'm
exactly.
not even joking. I feel like these Angkor archers have become the most dangerous enemies in the game now in Kata.
they're so annoying sometimes. Do I get the boom? Wait,
Sometimes you just get hit with a volley of 3 arrows. It's like, how did that happen? I was dodging.
We have a shrine next, right? Yeah, we do.
Archers play Counter-Strike with the hacks, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, Australia's lost today. We lost device. All of.
I still don't understand the trade or.
No. I mean, I do in a sense, but still. All of Denmark's game was mourned. Like, it's hard to explain. When you've been following that team for so long, yeah, it's so weird.
Yeah, I understand.
Like, it's gonna be so weird to see the first time in IP play Astralis. Like, that's just gonna be beyond weird.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, it's because you may have heard of Astralis, the at least former best Counter-Strike team in the world, and their best player device and he just went to a Swedish team after like 4 years of
What else? Magic.
Astralis being the best. And let's be real, it was kind of a blow to the team, and I think fairly unexpected for everyone.
I can't shoot without shot.
This Astralis is like a Danish gamer treasure.
There is no escape.
The bump. So I also have the added effect of adjusting their course to the most nearby elf and then attack. So odd. Yeah, that's a weird effect. I can't possibly understand why. I really just wish that, I really hope they change the Morgrim's bomb so that it sticks to the minion you throw it at. Or the thing you throw it at. Like, it'd be so much more awesome. Just for so many reasons, it'd just be so much funnier. And it would also just make more sense, right? But it would also just be so much funnier. Playing the dwarf, like, oh my god. Of course, they had to add the friendly fire in then. I feel like it should deal friendly fire, but should be able to stick to things, right? Just imagine, that way, it would be so funny. And you could just put it on a barrel, pick up the barrel, and then you could use yourself as a weapon, right? You could just go, fuck this shit, guys, I'm going in, right? I'll take the damage to make sure that it actually hits at the right time. Even like a battle wizard could just, you know, go full explosion mode. It'd just be so funny. It would be so funny. So glorious and so funny. What's up, Christopher?
They'd implement just one sequential bash with this spear and shield, man.
Oh, I thought it was behind me. Right, let me show you guys. Okay, so whenever you have a chaos spawn, of course, and then if the aggro's, exactly. You see what he's doing there? That's exactly what you want to do. So you move into it. Always want to move forward towards it. It's way easier to control it that way. And it's also safer, that's the thing. Even though you're moving towards it, it's actually way safer as well. It's way more calculable. Yeah, exactly. That's the word. Like, because it's essentially you're choosing to dodge it to time it on your terms, then instead of on the monster's terms. That's the best way I can explain it. So like by actually.
Check your aim out. Good shot.
It's sort of the same. It's the same reason why. Why do you always what's the time you always fail to dodge a strangler? It's when you're moving away from it. But if you're trying to flee the strangler, then because you are both moving at sort of similar velocities in one direction, then it's going to be way harder to calculate when you need to dodge. If you're moving away from it at the same time it's moving towards you. Whereas if you then decide at the final second to move towards it, then timing, because of the velocities moving towards each other, actually getting the correct timing is way easier because of the different velocities, if that makes sense. I don't know how else to put it. I know I'm talking in physics terms here, but the relative speeds makes it easier to time the dodge if you're actually doing it with opposite speeds, sort of moving towards one another. And it's sort of the same with the boss there. It's way easier to time that and control it by actually intentionally moving forward at the right time. So that's a mechanic I would suggest that everyone learn. første gang jeg ser en af de... Oh shit. Mine streams, jeg har set mange af dine... Why, thank you very much. Shout out to my friend Christopher, Danish, Danish brother. Oh, wait.
Do the elves have many gods, Carillion?
Aye. Some dark, some,
I can give you a potion if you come here.
some who can't
No,
quite
we're not gonna do
decide
it. I think we're gonna save this time. Gonna wait for the rep upgrade instead. 20 minutes left on shift. Ooh, nice. Glad to hear that. Almost done with work. Salts get its a shield type weapon. You can technically get the whole squad and do one of those Roman turtle formations.
Let me just deal with him, bro. Like, you guys do so much more damage than me. It would be so much better if you just let me dance with him, you know what I mean?
And that is exactly right. Don't push him, we almost got him.
That's fun.
It's you, Salts.
I tried to kill him in time.
It's okay.
the head. How many times do I have
Into their nonsense. Let's just keep going forward. Elf coming out. If you retreat into that, then they've won. Because then they've won the mental game, dude. Come back.
Don't worry, just eat persons which are weak spot twice. Wait, streamer man has to put me on spot. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Just wanted to give you a shout out since you're from the great country of Denmark. I mean, not to brag, but
Just a little
it's pretty
aid,
good country.
and I'll be
I like.
fit to dance.
35 seconds.
I'm just
until
kidding.
the
I'm
age
just kidding.
drop.
This is a small country though, so it's always nice, you know. When you see other Scandinavian people. Don't get me wrong, there are many amazing places in the world. Loads of them. But it's like, you know, it's like...
There's a blight walking under me.
I think every time there's like a small country, right? When you have a small country. And you like meet, you're like on vacation, right? Like far away. And you meet someone else from the same country that you're from, like, but in a completely different part of the world, right? You know that feeling where it's like, huh? This is so weird. World's so small. Whoops. And oddly enough, a surprisingly small percentage of my viewers are actually Danish, like for whatever reason.
neither man nor beast?
So, the elves decided to provide damage to the enemy.
Shit.
Stop them unholy melting immediately.
Faithless! I need help!
Stay put now.
Oh no, I thought I had the calculations right, but they were wrong. I actually thought I was gonna get that resin. What the fuck? What the f- That is not okay! That is not okay! That is unacceptable! You're not supposed to do that, motherfucker! I demand that you stop right now. I do not feel safe if you can walk through fucking mountains, okay? I do not feel safe. What the fuck?
Not soon enough. It's rolled
bombs
Goddamn
today.
bugged, man. Holy shit.
Who knows what breeds in the spittle?
I had to be able to putting meeting.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's always nice.
I have many other names.
And you know,
Enough. Can I get your perspective on this? So Victor Saltspire's 4th class, there's been like all these little hints dropped in the loading screens of Sigmar himself reincarnating. Do you reckon they're going to make like a Victor Saltspire holier than thou and actually make him a Saltspire Sigmar?
that would be fucking epic, but also kinda cheating. You can play fucking Sigmar. Let's hope so.
You can play Slayer, you can play Bard.
I'd be down for that, but I don't know what their plan is.
Sienna, why is my skin scorched?
But hopefully it's gonna be good.
Someone knows.
Someone definitely knows.
Fortunate enough to play with 2 devs last night. Actually, really great guys, dude. And they kept like badgering them about
had a nice
Korea
stealth there.
and Victor Saltspire, and they were just like, dude, shut up, dude. We're not talking about it, dude.
Well, I'm as much of a Danish man as Google Translate can make me, so yeah. That's all good, Dirty. No worries, no worries. I still like you. You're still a good guy. You don't have to be Danish. I appreciate that. I like that it's, you know, that it's global. I think it's way more interesting also when there's like people from all over the world, right? Like that. Sometimes I get really surprised about, you know, the great thing about Discord, I think, is that you know you get to actually meet some of the, you know, so to speak, some of the people, right, that are watching, and it never ceases to surprise me what kind of people are watching videos, right? You know, I guess that might sound really stupid when you say it, but like you're not prepared, I think, for the variety of people that are like, you know what I mean? Like when you meet someone, you're like, then one dude is like 55 and a banger, right? And you're like, oh, this guy says he's a fan. Like, I did not see that coming, right? Not because there's any particular reason why you shouldn't be able to play Vermintide and watch my videos as a 55-year-old banger. It's just didn't think about that. You know, that's just not what I thought about when I thought of people watching my videos. And you know, I think that's an interesting, yeah. You know, there's a bunch of examples of this, right? But I just think that's really interesting. Then you have someone watching from Africa, you have someone from South America, you have, you know, all over the place, right? Australia. I just think that's really nice and really interesting how, you know, yeah. Because I wasn't expecting it to be, I don't know what I was expecting really, if I'm being honest, but definitely not a 55-year-old banker. He sounds his horn and summons the mighty beast, and he will charge through all that is heretical. Imagine PK with sunglasses to avoid the crowd. Can someone explain to me how they get so much temporary HP? Like how I get so much temporary HP, or just everyone else in general? And you live in a small town near the border. Ah, nice. Just thought of a dirt joke. If you mean me, it's just because I have temporary HP based off of amount of minions that I hit. And this first heavy attack has infinite cleave, which means I can hit a lot of enemies, which means I generate a lot of temp HP. Also, I don't get hit that often. Like, I do get hit, but not that often. I said, as I got shot by an archer. That didn't count, I hadn't seen it. It also helps that I have 50% push cost right now, which means I don't have to worry too much about dropping all my stamina. Is it a red? Oh, it's an exotic. And fuck it. Still waiting for the red one. Got to go and prepare the tech to get turned off. See you later, guys and girls. Yeah, see you. Oops. Thanks for stopping by, Diana. have a nice trip home. I don't know how far away you live from your work, but have a nice trip regardless. We'll talk to you later. I think it's a great idea, setting you on fire, not gonna lie. And that comes even though I'm an elf main. I still think setting you on fire is a great idea. Sorry. I thought setting you on fire was a great idea.
Sorry, dude. You gotta like show hate to these elf players, man.
Auf Wiedersehen, auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss.
Let a Zinchian sorcerer once. It was all, I know your destiny this, and Zinch has architected your fate that.
Is that so? Was he correct?
I'm gonna be right back. I need some coffee in my system.
That is a valid reason to leave. Suddenly in a great mood. Considering just how horrific the beginning of the stream was, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually in a really good mood. You should probably unclick it, just because otherwise it's gonna activate. We're waiting for the other guy. Elf, can you click back?
I mean, I think if we just don't ready up in the shrine, it won't go, right?
Wait, what? I thought it would... Oh, it did. For a moment I thought, wait, what? That makes no sense. This makes sense. Lost? Good timing for me then. Hey, what up, Dustin? Roasted elf. Yeah, indeed, exactly. Roasted elf. Gotta love that roasted elf. It's delicious. Oh. That's 900. Definitely getting that. Definitely getting that. Question is, are we getting this? What do you think, Chad? For fuck's sake, Pete. Sorry, it's internal reference from our Discord server. A booster, and what's the other drink? Yeah, Foxy booster, and the other is coffee. Oh shit, I only have a couple seconds. Do we get it? Do we get it? Do we get it? No. Okay. Do we get Miracle of Smetnir? Oh wait, it doesn't go. Oh yeah, it does. I totally should buy it. I don't know. Yeah, boy. I was really bummed because I got COVID and I couldn't buy my favorite beer brand. And the only store that is selling it ran. Oh, that sucks. But thank you, Circle. I'm glad to hear that. That's so wholesome. That is so... I would have gotten excited. Yeah, I think I should have Mind Games Mitch, if I'm being honest. I don't know why I was... I don't know. I don't know why. I just had this feeling that I was going to need the money for a weapon really soon. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, I'm just going to close my door because it's getting cold as fuck in here. I don't know. That decision was made completely based off of... what's it called? Like gut feeling? Yeah. I don't know why. Damn, no sleep tonight. Of course not. I woke up this morning. And whenever I wake up in the morning, that means I'm not sleeping in the evening. That may make absolutely no sense to you, but that's how it works. If I've woken up in the morning, then I'm not gonna sleep in the evening. Because it's when I wake up in the evening I can sleep in the following morning, the day after, not the day after, but the day after tomorrow.
Blackfire, take whatever you
That
need.
makes sense. 2 days after, in the morning. Whenever I get a good
Shrine of
night's
Strife
rest.
This game, I don't think so.
There again?
Get a Shrine of Strife this game.
Nope.
Wondering.
Since there's no normal pots and castaways, can Grell Knight Kruber yes, he can spawn them with quests. The question is whether
This
or not
right
they
here
work.
is just obnoxious.
Man of culture, as you.
Don't be like that. This is everyone's favorite.
The thing is, like regarding the strength pots, before the update, before a very recent update, right? They weren't working. So I tested that before I did the Castaways guide, and everyone else was saying the same. You could spawn them, but they didn't work, right? So they did nothing. They didn't have a buff associated with them. But I tried earlier today. I had another Grail Knight on the team, and they seemed to be working. They actually showed, like, a buff actually appeared when you used them. So it is entirely possible that they updated it. I had, you know, that feeling. I was like, I'm not gonna look back. I have a feeling the tornado is right on my ass. But I have a feeling they might have updated it so that the strength pots actually work now. But I'm not 100% sure. So I'm gonna test that for the video this coming this weekend, the next Castaways guide.
Look at that. Yeah,
Imagine playing with mods. Hey, imagine. Here, console weenies. Yeah, I feel bad for the consoles if they haven't gotten the update yet, as far as I've heard. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Exploding enemies, woo! I'll take it.
All potions.
Troll up here.
Fucking block tornado.
A packmaster. It shall perish.
Yeah, you're welcome, Breadman. No worries. Imagine waiting extra for updates. Yeah, that's actually true. That's true. That must suck so hard being able to actually see, like, oh, you guys got all this cool shit. Ha, but you can't have it. But man, no, fuck! I didn't get up. Damn it.
Listen, assassin, got a runner. A chaos warrior. It's our shall not go. I've killed the hook rat.
Back it all the way up, boy.
Oh shit! Oh no, what? I had to cancel it because if I... Oh my god, it's hard to explain right now, just give me a moment. If I hadn't oh fuck. It's blocking my fucking... Oh, that almost killed me. The placement of that... Oh my fucking god. Can I fucking heal, please? Thank you. It's hard to explain, but I just throw this here.
Dude, I can't get to you. Just, sorry, try to be safe.
Well, that was not even close.
I probably shouldn't have placed the jade sensor there, but I freaked out a little.
Yeah, it's fine. It actually almost killed me because I got stuck on the left side. I realized you can't pass.
Me too, dude. I was like, what is that? Oh my god, I'm sorry, boys. Almost throws.
Nah, it's okay, it's okay. No worries, man. No worries. Shit happens.
Yeah, we made it.
There's potions here.
Holy fucking shit. That means you guys also get cosmetic late, right?
Ammunition here. It's going
Good
to
question. Yeah, I would think so. I would think that's how. I'm not sure though. Motherfucker. Oh, he's mine. Bitch. The fuck?
take out the wildfire thrower.
Ah, I'm invisible now, Tornado.
Look,
What are you gonna do about it? Oh wait, I left with that. Fuck, that's not the one I wanted to leave with. Ah. Too late.
Arrows, black powder, it's all here!
Difference between the modded and official servers? No, the only difference is the mods you're allowed to use. That's the only difference.
Drive the forces of chaos back. Don't let that sword grab you, darling!
Oh wait, for a moment I thought there were two of them. Did anyone else see how it looked for a moment as if there were two of them? Or was it just, am I high? Have I been getting too much caffeine? For a moment it seriously looked like there were two of them. Oh shit, blood tornado behind me. Oh shit. No! That fucked up my ulti. No! Get me out. No, no! I was so close to getting away from that. Fuck! Like that banner screwed everything up. I had an ulti ready. And because of the banner, it delayed the... Oh, no, 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 no. No way this is happening. No way. Really? That motherfucking banner pushed me right as I timed my ulti for your strangler. Like, I marked it, and right as I released it, a banner pushed me, cancelling my ulti. And that's essentially what dropped the game. Is there any preset color UIs, or are they easy to make? You
I'm
can.
keen to stay for another run. I'm gonna do another run.
Yeah, we can play another one. I don't mind. But let's go on Discord if you. I'm really tired of clicking push to talk. If you want to.
I don't even think I have. Yeah, I don't even think I have Discord. Let me just download it quickly, man.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'll use push to talk. No worries. Let's. Yeah, rip. That was actually rip. Is there any preset? There's a bunch of presets, yeah, but they're user made, so most of the presets are shit. Not gonna lie, most of the presets, if you look at them, are like, I don't know. I think people I don't know if people uploaded them by mistake or some shit, because like most of them just look absolutely trash. There are some good ones there, don't get me wrong, but most of them just look absolutely like someone.
Do you want to do the Citadel of Eternity?
Yes. Do we go for another pyro? What do you guys think? Or do we switch? I'm still gonna get how the chat spawn can just easily eat up Sienna.
I gotta go off, guys, but good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks for playing,
Thanks
man.
for the
Much
game.
appreciated. You have a good evening. Chat. chat Kroger. Well, why do I think it's so funny that his name is customer service? Can you check about the donation link, by the way? Oh yeah, of course. I am sorry, I forgot all about that. Hold on. You know what, I should probably edit video. Let's see here. Should probably remove the... I guess the mistake is mine. I'll remove the YouTube donation link from the stream's description. That totally makes sense that's annoying. Let me just see here. Gosh.
Do you have another name, Carillion? I've never heard you use it.
I have many other names, and I shan't share them.
And why not?
A name is a personal thing. It has power.
It just went up,
I've
look.
never understood
Woo!
why mayflies are so free.
Boom! Just like that. Hello, new viewer here. Want to thank you for all your guide video and ask which battle wizard level 10 talent fits the new staff the most. Keep the great work. Why, thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate it, Orag. And I'm sorry that it was the wrong, so to speak, donation link. I'll make sure to remove that particular link from oh, there we go, from the description of my streams. That's a mistake, actually. Now that I think
What's
about
your Discord party enough? I just downloaded Discord quickly.
there's a link in every video, including the stream. There should be a link to the Discord.
Just give me 2 seconds.
I usually use the increased critical hit strike if I use Blazing Echo at least.
I am a subscriber.
Right, with Firewind, it's also an option, but I think I would go for the Spirit Casting, just in general, really. Wait a sec, 'cause I'm actually not in a voice chat on the Discord right now. This is probably gonna just looking at my Discord server demonetizes my whole video, but who cares? Who cares?
Yeah, but after that.
It feels like the others don't get enough love because Citadel of Eternity takes all the attention. Yeah, that's true, Mind Games. How did you guys get some... guy in chat mentioned Boons. Yeah, Boons also a part of it. You guys are awesome. I thank you so much, Kyle. Really appreciate it. You think it's a shame that there's only one, only mainly challenges for Citadel of Eternity? Yeah, I do. On Battle Wizard, no pirate. Oh shit! On Battle Wizard. Oh, so you're thinking about whether or not you should get? I would actually get Volcanic Force on Battle Wizard with the new staff.
Hello.
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 Can't believe I'm playing with the party knife, bro.
Yes,
Amazing
you can.
game.
You can totally believe this.
It's the first time I've run into you.
Well, welcome, my friend.
Hello, good evening. You hear me?
Good evening, Infidel.
Yeah, Vidal, that's much better. Thank you. Alright.
Alright. Let's roll. Nice. Oh, I love that Kruber skin.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem enough to generate... I mean, it also depends on what talent you have, Kyle.
Ever changing, and so is
Of
your
course.
path.
Obviously.
Once started,
Depends on that, but...
a pilgrimage must be seen
see here.
through to the end. Where you see a halo,
Pushing
the site
on.
is cursed by the chaos gods.
Oh,
Bring
why
me
couldn't
back
it be the
something
stamina
else.
recovery into the pilgrim coins and health?
Because it's never that easy, boys.
Because it's never lucky.
I don't know, I find when I get these weird off-brand
how does
builds, I feel a little bit better.
Why do I start with 0 coins and customer service starts with 199?
Because I'm customer service, bro.
But I had... But, okay, so... That's why I'm asking you. Your customer service. I like to make complaint. I start with 0 coins, even though I had coins. You fix for me, yes?
You'd have to call my head of department for that, who is a completely another guy who'll need your ID and your credit card information.
I'd really like to talk to your boss. No.
And he'd really like your ID and credit card information, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
What's the advantage of the fire sword over the mace?
I cannot sense
Pretty much
the chaos
everything.
gods.
No.
Perhaps this will be easier than we thought.
It depends on the hero you're playing, but in terms of the pyromancer and the battle wizard, it's just that it has this attack right here. This attack right here, actually not a normal attack. It's a shield bash. And the thing about shield bashes is they have infinite cleave, which means, which normally isn't like the reason it's so strong on the wizard is because with infinite cleave you can set an theoretical infinite amount of minions on fire because of the flaming effect that's also on the attack, which means you can deal a shit ton of damage by setting stuff on fire, and that also means you can hit a lot of enemies at the same time with a single attack, which makes it easier to generate temporary HP. So, but that's only the first heavy attack here. It doesn't necessarily damage an infinite amount of targets, but because it actually hits them, it does apply the dot on that theoretic. Like, it doesn't matter how dense the minions are, it can still hit every single minion to some extent in the act. But of course, if you have a bunch of storm vermins, it's not going to stagger all of them. Right? It's only going to stagger, heavy stagger the ones that you're actually hitting straight up in the face. I'm dumb, I meant flail. Okay, you meant flail. Flail is also really good. It has way more armor damage. It also has a really high amount of stagger on the first heavy attack. It has like an explosion effect with like really insane stagger numbers, which means you can like stagger Chaos Warriors sometimes, even in his heavy attack. But it has a lot more armor damage. That's generally why you want to use the flail. This weapon can sort of lack armor damage a little bit, but we're trying to compensate for that with the staff. So you often get it on Unchained. You'd mostly get the flail if you're trying to be aggressive in a normal game.
Hard enough, do you think it's time? I feel like 2021, we are ready for a Unchained that gets a buckler and something.
Yeah, I've said for ages that they need to give Unchained an exclusive melee weapon, just like Shade has the volley crossbow. Also, just because Sienna has the lowest amount of melee weapons of any hero in the game.
Yeah.
And the Unchained just feels... I love the Unchained, she's actually one of my favorite characters, but I haven't played in ages because there's just something lacking on the Unchained these days. I don't know. And it becomes really stale to play after a while. Definitely a high skill hero, and I love the mechanic of the extra power on overcharge, but I really feel like she needs a new weapon of some sort to give her some extra life. It's alright with the flail, but once you get bored of that, then it's...
Yeah, that's pretty much...
She doesn't really offer much.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I feel like she needs like an exclusive dual-wield flaming weapon.
Oh,
like how hard would that be?
Yeah.
Like, really, it would be so easy to add, like flaming sword and a flaming dagger. Even that'd be so low effort. Or a flaming flail and a flaming crowbill. I don't know. Let's save it this time.
She definitely needs some attention with her weapons, so yeah, especially Unchained.
Yeah, or dual fire swords. No, Carrie. I agree. Like how hard? It wouldn't be that difficult, right? Because the weapons are already in the game. You just need to make a dual wield version, so you don't even have to make new models. If you wanna, yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome with new models, but you wouldn't even have to, right? You could just, yeah, add some variation. You could even do a two-handed weapon, like a flaming glaive, or just large axe, right? Whatever it might be, or plenty of things you could do. Plenty of things.
No, it would have to be a blunt weapon. If you gave Unchained an axe, it would be too much, dude. That would be too easy. Like armor mode, done.
I heard two other good ideas. A flaming whip was one idea, Like that'd be a completely new like type of that'd be an awesome idea. And I also heard someone suggest like a flaming shielded weapon, where you know it would apply the dot and deal damage to enemies when you block with the shield.
Oh,
That's
that is
also
sick.
a good idea.
Yeah.
That would also be an awesome idea if you ask me. I think both of those are good ideas. I
Yeah,
still think
the only Sienna I've been able to actually finish the Citadel of Eternity on is Unchained. I got really close with Battle Wizard, but I lost it right at the end.
oh, that's it. I've had a lot of Citadel losses. I've been very stubborn about my Sienna. I've decided I'm gonna beat it with the Pyromancer, and it's gonna be with the Coruscation Staff. I had a really good run the other day, and then when we got to the end, I realized, wait, the dude quick played instead of playing Citadel. I queued Citadel 3 games in a row, and then finally we have an amazing game, and we get to the end, and then I realized, oh, we're not playing the Citadel. The fuck?
Wrong map, yeah.
Like, I was like, oh fuck. But yeah, I've decided I'm not gonna play Battle Wizard at all until I get the frame on Sienna. I just need the freaking Sienna. And I wanted playing with the Coruscation Staff, but I keep losing when I get to the Citadel.
Yeah, I won with the Coruscation Staff on Unchained, funny enough. That thing bangs, man.
I feel like it'd be so easy if I just played Battle Wizard or got a Conflag Staff or some shit. But yeah, I don't know. This staff is just so bad when you're on your own.
Yeah, that's the only drawback.
Flame Gatling gun, cause why not? That sounds more like a dwarf weapon though, but I like it.
Stop burning me!
I'm not gonna lie. Definitely feel like I'm lagging a little bit since I went on Discord though.
I'll protect us.
Oh no, I thought I timed that perfectly. Damn it. I'm ashamed.
I'll take the boss for a ride.
You're hard damaging a rat ogre, that's a good idea. Just treat it as if it's gonna do its next attack on you. If you're melee damaging it. That's a good rule, because otherwise it will 180 you and fuck you over.
Yeah, you have to. I don't know what happened, but it was a patch a couple of weeks ago. The aggro's become a bit weird on the monsters, man.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, I agree. Sometimes it does feel like they don't care about how much damage you deal sometimes.
You don't even have to deal damage.
Yeah, it's like sometimes they just, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys playing, yeah, we're playing Cataclysm.
A potion cannot hide.
And hello there, hero of Mithra. How are you doing, my friend?
My ammunition is spent.
Welcome to the stream.
All these arrows. They'll have to do.
Oh no.
Fire rat!
Kill the hook rat.
Get wrecked, son.
Chaos warrior sighted!
Now that's a clover
There's normally a chest stuff, yeah? Let's see
Yep.
what it is.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't have to click it.
Sorry, I think I smacked someone's barrel.
No worries. Ouch.
I'm losing blood.
You have not had.
What was I saying?
Flying enemies. Gotta love him.
The Cleverdeer's gone mad.
Pinball!
Oh, fucking hell, look at the numbers.
Yeah, I know, dude. I love this game. Like, since the Chaos Waste, my GPU gets to a comfortable, like, 58 degrees now.
Oh, another wave.
Quickly, Lumberfist, unless you want burning to ash.
There's still one left.
Ready, motherfuckers? Just be
Yes,
told that I
anything
don't have to
one
work in the
does
morning.
matter.
Oh, hell yeah, mind games. Fuck yeah. There's nothing better than that message, right? It's like, wait, oh, I don't have to do shit tomorrow? Thank God. Like, it is the best feeling ever when you're like, yeah. I'm so glad to hear that for you. Oh shit. Not almost. That is a bold move, not gonna lie with Hunter. That was a bold ass, very bold move. I was about to say bold.
Well, at least I didn't get stuck this time.
Wow.
The reward
Really?
is yours.
Really?
What did you get?
Shrapnel, Shalia. Shalia. Hand of Shalia, boon of Shalia, shrapnel.
Oh, Boon of Shalia every day. All day.
Fuck my
Best
life.
trait
Yeah,
ever.
definitely, for
Don't
sure.
be like that. Boon of Shalia is amazing, man. I love that.
Yeah, it
shit.
is, but it's like, it's just something about getting all those three at the same time where you're like, really? Really, game?
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
of the four dark gods
We all
do
know you won the
love
chain lightning.
most?
Zinch,
Exactly.
no question.
And the double projectile and the guaranteed crits.
Who uses pink fire
Yep.
when there's perfectly good
Or just
orange
one of them.
flame?
I'll take anyone over those three at
Very
least.
conversation invites damnation.
Gonna play 2 right now. Bye bye, have fun. Well, thanks for stopping by, Oregon. Thank you so much for the €10, man. Really appreciate it. This is very kind of you. Thank you, man. Hello, I'm doing pretty swell. Pretty swell. Well, cheers, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. And I wish you the best of luck in your games. Oh, we got a Shrine of Strife. Thank God.
Yeah.
Not all that harmony.
Why do you guys like Strife so much? Because of the 20% HP?
I just don't like harmony.
It's normally just the affixes, man. Like the Shrine of Harmony will give you off-brand, you know, terrible affixes, and I just find that also at the Shrine of Strife, you're always going to get the Morgrim's Bomb, and I normally get one decent offensive trait.
Yeah, and it also has the 100 cost power increase, which is like,
Yeah.
it's nice to have that just to, you know, that extra value for 100.
Hold up. So you're telling me that the right column also is like, is there a pool for every shrine, or is it just random?
No, it's like, it's only the left part, the miracles that matter for the shrine type. The right side is just completely random.
Oh, okay.
There's a 60% chance for each rare, a 30% chance for an exotic, and 10% for a unique.
Understood. But Jade Sensor is not that bad. Right? I mean, for the last part,
Oh, that's
pretty
true.
early on. But
That is true. I still think, I just think, yeah, again, the 20% health, that's just, I feel like that's one of the good ones. And also, so sort of the miracle that saves you, if you, that's also decent, right? Like, no doubt about it. I'm not saying that harmony is never, ever good. I just felt like
It's
we
not
had
reliable,
too many
though,
of
man.
them
That's
last
a problem. It's not reliable because if you're in a position where your whole team has gone down and it's just you,
that's the
and
thing.
you're thick into the horde, you bug it, man.
Then it
Especially
doesn't
in this
save you,
mode.
right? That's it, exactly.
It's like I feel like they put these boons and weird shrines in here just to make you want to waste money or try to trick you type thing.
Don't trick me, man.
No, because it's becoming an economic game now, right?
Game of economics.
Yeah, straight up.
Which is why you get screwed over no matter what. Because when you lose, you get to keep 25%, except for any, like, at a cap at 200, of course. Which means if you then lose, then your next game has a worse starting point than your previous one. In other words, it's made, just like economics, it's made to screw you over.
Oh yeah, man. Tell me about economics in the real world, bro. I was literally in the hospitality industry, bro, and like now I left private security in South Africa, and now I'm recruiting in the Royal Navy here in the UK because I'm tired of the fucking hospitality industry getting shut, dude.
Oh shit.
Oh snap, dude. I landed in such a weird spot.
Did I just kill the boss? Okay.
Yeah, you just smoked him, dude. You carried us. I don't know, dude. Sigma. Praise Sigma.
I mean, yeah, praise Sigma, but...
Did you push him over the edge, or did you like push him into this spot right here, where you like where he insta-dies sometimes?
This is where I pressed F. I was looking straight at him, and I pushed him that way.
Okay, wait. Did the money drop in a place where we could grab it or not?
I didn't see anyone. But maybe somebody jumped down and picked it up.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it fell off a cliff or if it just did the insta-death thing.
It did the insta-death.
Right now, if you want to play that. Oh, there's a fun event right now. What's the modifiers, Beans? What modifiers do we have on the weekly? I haven't checked. Oh, you see, that's why I hate this ulti sometimes. It's literally pointing straight at it. It hits something else, bounces, and it's gone into space.
The modifiers is suicide rats and twins.
Ah, that is nice. That is a good one. I forgot you were here. Welcome.
Soulspire's flail needs like an attack speed boost. This is cancer.
I love the skin.
There's literally a talent that you can select in this talent pool, where if you tag an enemy, you gain attack speed. I mean, I feel like Witch Hunter Captain is perfectly balanced, dude.
He is. Witch Hunter Captain is likely one of the best heroes in the game for a team, any team pretty much.
Oh man, he goes hard. He goes hard.
I think he's a valuable part of any good setup. That is for sure.
Especially if you're playing like the higher Cataclysm, man. Like now we start off with this rubbish 450 hero power.
Yeah.
Man, you are crazy playing Pyromancer and actually trying to get it done. I will not. I refuse to touch her until they fix her.
Her ultimate.
Yeah, straight up.
It's just so funny when you get like double ultis and guarantee crits. It's just, it's the dream. Someday I will get both of them at the same time.
Yeah, literally the last game I won, I was playing Ironbreaker, and some guy was playing Pyromancer, and I told him at the start of the game, I was like, dude, please, like, just rather pick someone else. And he was like, dude, just trust me. And he got the guaranteed critical hits when you vent to take damage. He was literally just throwing his career skill around.
It's so much fun when you get it. And it's
not even,
and it's one exotic, but I've really, I felt like right when I discovered, I got it like 3 games in a row, and now I just haven't seen it in like 5 Pyromancer runs.
Your Sigmar
It's
serves it.
I don't know.
Weapons up! Fight like it's payday!
Nothing.
So I just won level 3rd.
How about you, chat? What are you doing this weekend? Got any delicious plans? Or are you just gonna slay rats? I mean, that is a delicious plan, but... Anyone doing anything interesting?
Oh shit, where are those plague monks at?
Where the monks at? Where the monks? Where the monks? Where the monks at?
You talent wizard! My sisters can teach you a thing or two. Assume.
You make a trip to the forest realm sound so appealing.
Don't be any worse than here.
Don't stop.
Got a chest.
There's still one
Eesh.
Just the trials.
bloody black rats.
Can you just wait? There we go. Do something real quick. There we go. I'm starting it.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Slaying rats with legends from your server. Whoops. Come after, bro.
Oh shit!
I got him.
Sorry, I didn't see him. Don't come after me, please.
About to say, I really hope I have aggro here, because if I hadn't had aggro there, he would have moved forward and then done his overhead and punched me in the face potentially.
Dude, what is that? Literally, so Saltspire just ulted him and then he turns around and he looks at me like he's gonna smash me.
You did it! Don't forget to claim your reward.
Disgusting.
Striking 5 enemies for extra stagger or killing special stops my spells from generating.
Well, it depends if you're running.
And get the stagger.
Yeah, stagger's not bad in this mode. There's genuinely enough enemies.
And hitting 5 enemies, I mean that's fairly easy with this weapon.
What weapon are you running?
Flaming sword.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I wish they hadn't fixed this here where you could walk through the wall. It was so glorious.
I don't know, I got stuck a couple times. Trying to cheese the game.
Walk up the ladder and I'm like, hello! And Gunner just starts shooting. Motherfucker. It doesn't know how to get up here. What the? What's going on with that?
Confusing
What
him.
the? What the fuck? What was that? Haven't seen that before. That was interesting. Like, what the fuck? I think that rat was high. Need to redo my UI. Woohoo! My new UI is done. Nice, Smarty. I've been playing Crusade campaign with a bunch of 4K bots. Ooh, nice. I started Prey and played for about 5 hours. I was very impressed. And playing a lot more. Gonna make myself something to eat. Right.
I need more ammunition.
Well, are you excited, Hero, for Darktide then? If you and your buddies are into the 40k?
So this Marius Holzayer, he's a heretic? Of the worst kind.
I just really hope they don't delay the game, you know? Because it's supposed to come out this year, right? I just really hope that it does come out this year.
You understand it's already been delayed, right?
You do know that we've got loads of...
What do you mean? Like the last thing they said about Darktide was 2021.
Yeah, but it could mean like Christmas 2021. You know how they operate, right?
Yeah, but as long as it's 2021, I'm okay. As long as it's 2021, I'm okay. It's cool.
Based on how 2021 has been
That's
this
the
year,
thing.
I would prepare yourself
That's the
for
exactly. That's the thing. That's the thing.
2022
Yeah, exactly.
Easter eggs.
Exactly. But that's not. Stop! It will be this year, okay? I need it this year.
Yeah, let's keep
Don't even. Yeah, exactly. Don't even say it, man. Heresy.
Listen, they need to take as much time as they need.
They do.
Yeah, agreed.
And release it in 2020. No.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
I totally agree. I'd rather have it like. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather have it finished and yeah, for sure. Because otherwise the game is gonna fail. Don't get me wrong. I just really hope that can coincide with releasing in 2021. That's all.
Yep. Same. Even if it's Christmas.
Exactly. Like,
Hopefully not. Oh shit.
get ready. Sit down, son. Very. Well, good to hear that. I'm definitely gonna be playing that, assuming it's, you know, not dog shit. I don't think it will be. At least I don't hope so. I have a hilarious clip on this map where a troll literally just it threw 3 out of 4 people over a ledge in like the same, like, yeah, one at a time, and it was so funny just because I said right before, like, it punched a dude off in like the most incredible fall I've ever seen, right? Because he grabbed on at the bottom on the opposite side. It was like really far down, but he still grabbed on, right? And then I'm like, whoa, I wish I could have seen that from your POV. And then 30 seconds later, the troll punches me out the exact same spot. And I grab onto the exact same ledge. And I'm like, careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
And then we lose the game. I think I'm gonna use it as the intro clip for the next meme montage, because it was just so perfect. Like, it was so dumb. You remember that greater good if you're still here?
Did you gather any pilgrims' coins?
And I agree with that last video you made, or not actually the last one, the second last one you made, where you were carting that Minotaur around the Snurgle's affix, and like how half the community aren't ready to like just jam out and, you know, communicate and all move as one, man. It gets hairy sometimes.
What do we get, man? Not exactly glorious. More temp HP. I'm gonna leap with a melee attack, but that probably doesn't count with the dot. Means, you know, it's like me. We had it before. Not really that good. Killing special replenishes 10%. I mean, that's alright.
Just save for potential.
I think the best we have is bark skin here. That's sad.
I got bark skin and the increased ability bar cooldown by 10%. So I feel like I got lucky there. That's decent for Merc Kruber.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Good lord, is this Chaos Gods talking? That's a couple of new friends. It's Mr. Customer Service.
Yes, customer service. My name is Gareth Pretorius. What's up?
I legitimately, you weren't there at the time, but the first thing I said when I joined the game was actually, well, his name is Customer Service. I don't know why, but I actually thought that was funny. I'm not sure why. It's one of my favorite. I don't know why, but I just love that South Park Indian voice where it's like, don't forget to call customer service. I don't know why.
Yes, bro, exactly that, dude. Like when I came here to the UK, the first kitchen I worked in, and God bless the guy I worked with, he was this British guy, right?
Nice meeting.
And he used to work in a what do you call it, like a tandoori restaurant, dude, like a quick Indian takeaway, dude. And like before service every day, he'd be like, okay, get ready, anything for customer, whatever customer want, all day, every day.
I'm sorry about that echo. Hold on a sec.
Echo. Oh, I got ammo. What?
Yeah, it's a little bit light because wait a sec. There we go. I think that should be enough. Yeah, I'm sorry about that echo. I hadn't actually. Why you not tell me? I hate sound glitches. Oh, please tell me, is the game synchronized? Otherwise, I'm gonna be so sad. Is that unsynchronized the audio? I forgot all about that.
Look to the sky. Zinch sends bolts of change to slay you.
I feel lucky.
Here, that's a storm bird.
What did you get?
Chain lightning.
Touch. Healer's touch. The worst property
beautiful.
in the entire game. Like, because there's a different property that does the exact same thing, but with potions in general. And this one is just the worst version of that only does it with healing.
Well, let's see if it procs. Come here, there's a
I
potion
feel
here.
lucky.
Let's see if it
No, I don't
procs.
feel. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Another of these blackbirds comes to challenge me.
Throws PC out the window.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. There's gonna be some echo when I talk. Should be better now, I think. Before, hopefully. Hey, partner, do you know a way to get reds fast? Yes, I know a way to get reds fast. But it's boring as fuck. And there is a way to get a lot of reds really, really quickly. But it is kind of boring. You find one friend, need a friend, and then you both, oh shit, watch the Garden of More XP video 3 times till you can memorize it, and then you just switch playing deeds, and you just go one deed after another, and then you just beat all the legend deeds both of you have, one at a time, 2-minute runs, and that's it.
No, party now. Stop it. Why do you give them the secrets, man?
They subscribe to my YouTube channel.
No. Back in the
that's why,
day,
that's
you
why.
used to be like you start on deed 1 and you end on deed 500, right?
I know. Do you have any idea how, like, I grinded that the legitimate way, okay? I mean, legitimately in that I played a handmaiden and I soloed all the deeds, right? It was still a lot quicker than actually playing them the normal way, but it was legit, right?
Yeah, it's still legit, yeah.
Getting a little bit spicy. Alright, whoops. I don't know, I feel a little bit weird about my glitch, guys, not gonna lie. Cause, on one hand, I think it's really funny to find glitches, and I also think that, you know, it's really interesting, right? And it's something that I felt like in the beginning especially, I felt like, okay, that's something I can provide that people can't get anywhere else. Like, good glitch guides weren't available anywhere, right?
Oh no, I completely agree with you.
Sure, there were a couple of, you know, videos showcased, but they weren't really good. They weren't very user-friendly either. Oh my god. So I thought, hey, okay, how do I get started? That's one idea, right?
You're too young to die.
How am I still alive?
So that's why I started making them, but at the same time, I also know that it's one of those... Now, let's be real, Fat Shark doesn't exactly love it when I... It's just extra work. I'm literally... It's like... They don't care if a couple of people know, but as soon as a certain amount of people know and exploit a glitch, that's when they fix it, right? They only fix it if enough people exploit it.
Yeah, that's true.
And initially, that annoyed me enough that I was like, okay, so you know what? I want to fix the game, so I'll just air every single glitch until they have to fix it. For real, that's why I started making them, because it bothered me even after posting it in the forums. I was like, why aren't they fixing this thing that I told them about? Like, it's been like half a year and I posted about it 3 times and it's still, you know, then I made a video about it, then it was fixed fairly quickly.
Then it just happened, yeah.
Then I found out that I actually enjoyed finding the glitches more than I enjoyed abusing them. And, you know, not gonna lie, I also knew that, you know, something like Garden of Moist, I know that's like an easy video to make once I know the glitch, and it's gonna get a lot of views. Let's be real. There's a, you know, but for example, for Fortunes of War, I decided not to make that video. I felt like that was just gonna take away from all the people who didn't know. Like, they fixed it now, but you could beat Fortunes of War on Cataclysm difficulty in 30 seconds. And I've known about that for like way over a year. But I chose not to make that video. Even though I knew that was a video that would have gotten 30,000 views, trust me, easily. Like, easily 30,000 views in a short amount of time. Because that would have just, you know, but it would have taken away from every single person who spent months actually grinding the item, you know what I mean? Unlike the XP, that's just, you know, oh my god, I'm not concentrating when I'm talking about, but unlike, you get what I'm saying, right? Unlike just getting XP and some items, it would have taken something away from that item. I felt like, I just felt like that wasn't, as much as I wanted to make it and wanted to share it with you guys, yeah, I felt like it wouldn't have been a net positive for the community, but I didn't.
And also, dude, I'm not being funny, but you probably would have done it, right? It probably would have taken you like 4 hours to make the content for it. And you probably would have had like 60,000 views and maybe 20,000 likes if you're lucky, you know what I mean?
I wanted to see usual UI config, but my resolution is lower than yours due to monitor's limits, but the icons from buffs at all never in the correct place. Do you know how I can fix it? Yes. Well, I can show you guys real quick since we fucked up.
I'm never using the flail again.
I'm afraid not, Brawlander. I'm afraid I don't. No idea. My initial, like, it usually takes something like 2 months when a DLC comes out before it's on consoles. That's like the normal time span. I don't know if this is different. That's pure guesstimation. But hold on a second, because I also promised him another. But and I agree, Fearless Share. If you should be playing Legends, just grind it out, right? But I have a video about it regardless. So if you really want to,
I've watched your videos, Mr. Party Knife. I've subscribed. I like all your videos. Don't worry, man.
No, I didn't mean you, but thanks.
Oh, cool.
I was talking to.
Can you guys give me like 2 minutes? I just want to go get some more coffee.
Yeah, no problem. And get some water as well momentarily. But they just updated the mod framework, which means now you can finally see what you're doing when you're actually changing all of this in here. So I'm gonna make a new file because I've just fixed my own just now because I couldn't do it until now. But essentially, you want to find. This, buff tweaks, that's the one you want to find. Buff tweaks. And then you wanna, wait, no. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is the one. Buff tweaks. And if your screen is the same resolution as mine, 800 and 100, what sets it exactly in the middle. What do I show? Exactly here, right under my health. Yeah, right around here. If your resolution is different, like it's not so much the resolution, it's the aspect ratio that matters. So if your aspect ratio is different, then everything might look a little bit weird, and you're gonna have to adjust it. And depending on whether or not it's wider, like I have a super wide monitor, but I've intentionally limited it to a normal, to the 1980 times 180 times 1920, because that's the YouTube resolution, right? Of choice. It doesn't make sense to do videos in any other resolution than that, or any other aspect ratio at least. But the setting, really, if you have a different resolution, what you want to do is you want to look for all of the offset. Because the offsets X and Y are what moves things, right? But you want to make sure that you're not moving the individual, you want to move the sets. What I mean by that is, for example, you can move these like down here, right? You can move those as a whole, but you can also move each part individually, right? And if you want to make it as easy for yourself as possible to sort of adapt it to your own resolution, then you want to make sure you find the setting where you're moving them as a whole and not individually. Because if you move, otherwise you're going to start moving the HP number, you're going to start moving, all those small things, right? And once you fuck that up, it can be kind of tricky. So, again, I think the easiest way to use the UI tree is to start by closing every single window, so that you have an easy sort of overview. Well, that bird's eye, right? And then take them one at a time. Teammate UI, for example. And you can see all of these are for the individual thing. Offset here, this moves the thing as a whole. So that's the one you would be there. It can. Or is it this one? No, it's the other one. Yeah. Is that there are so many settings, right? That's the thing, and so many of them are called this exact thing. But yeah, this is the one for HUI. Saying that Chaos Waste is coming to console in June. Oh, they did? Thanks. I'm actually glad to know that, because I get asked that question so much. I'm actually glad to have an answer. What do you think, chat? Should we play something new? And worst curses motion most annoying.
Wait, sorry, what are we playing modded?
Wait, what?
No, I just asked if anybody was like had mods on.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't have my mods on.
Oh.
But can you have them like in the official?
You can all the like. Trust me, if you aren't using mods, go to the workshop and just equip every single mod that's in the section called applied or verified, or there's a section of mods. Approved. It's gonna be clear when it's there, but it's the ones that are functional on the official realm. Every single one of them is just life improvement.
Once begun,
every single one of them, pretty much every single one of them, is a life improvement.
Hell yeah! I thought that they were different realms. That's why I never got into mods.
Like there's a bunch of extra ones that are only for the modded realm. That essentially allow you to cheat.
Oh,
but those are only for the modded realm. But there's like a
yeah,
neat little
I
setting.
was like looking for quality of life, like numbers on health bars, things like that.
This one has plus monsters, more money because I'd rather have cooldown. But yeah, the top one. But yeah, there's like a bunch of UI mods. It's easier to reroll items. Like there's 100 things that are easier. You don't have to switch hero in order to view your inventory and change talents on other heroes and classes. You don't have to change your hero for that. Stuff like that.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
I can warmly recommend that. I was so hesitant to get mods myself, but it's just all quality of life improvement, in my opinion.
Wait, are you playing with your mods on now?
Yes.
That's why I asked.
How?
You know?
How?
Because there are some mods that work on official. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, like
I can't get them to work. How? Like, what are you doing? What binary are you tapped into that allows you to do that?
They're not broken anymore, most of them. Like
really?
I just you just need to identify like the two mods that were like there were one or two mods that were completely broken that crashed the game, right? And if then you when the game crashes, there's usually a little notification which sort of hints which mod it is that's broken, and I just like as soon as Chaos Waste came out, I disabled like 2 mods, something like that. And once I disabled those 2, all the other mods were almost all of the other mods were like working normally. Of course, there were a tiny couple of issues with the mod framework and stuff like that, but for the most part, it was all working fairly normally. And they just updated the mod framework, so now everything seems to be working exactly as it's supposed to.
Yeah, I read on Fat Shark that they updated the mod content and all of that, but I literally, like I said, I've been playing since the 20th. I just disabled all of my mods and jumped in head first.
Oh, tough life. I feel for you, my friend.
I don't know, I feel like it's made me a little bit of a better player, do you know what I mean? Because I also used to be a purist about the mods.
I felt me too. Trust me, I was the same until I actually realized what they did. Until I realized the quality of life. Like I played for almost 1,000 hours before installing my first mod. It was only because I had a literally screaming into my head, dude, you don't understand. It's not what you think. Just fucking go install them. You will thank me. Like, okay, when you put it like that, okay, I guess I'll go. Like, he literally had to yell it into my like. Okay, I'll go. I was like, dude, thank you. I'm never going back again. Like, thank you. I will pass on the message. There's so much wasting of time that's just unnecessary. Like when you reroll, for example, rerolling is like 100 times easier when you have what it's called, but the mod
guaranteed reroll mod,
reroll improvements, I think it's called. Yeah. It's like instead of having to constantly take the item back and forth between your inventory and hold your mouse over it just to see what you rolled, you can just keep rerolling and it shows you exactly what you rolled. You don't have to take it in and out of your inventory. It's just everything is just faster and easier. Oh shit! Oh, what the?
Guys, try to make your way towards us.
How did that sneak up on me without making a sound? Oh shit, that's close.
It came from above. Go. I'll try and
stamina, which means I couldn't push.
Try to push, I'm coming back.
Yeah, I got you, I'm there.
Guys, if you bring him close to me, I'm running.
I was like, why can't I dodge backwards? And then suddenly I just I look behind me and there's just like a full horde.
Drop down, drop down.
Drop down, you're alone, Mr. Knife.
I know. I was seeing if it was blocked out. It looked as if it couldn't actually go that path.
Oh snap, my grandma pushed her. Let's back up out of this corridor.
Let's just go down?
Yeah, agreed.
I'm going down.
Go down.
Not in the bad way.
Get
in the
down.
other way.
Oh no, it's got the elf. No.
No, not the elf. I'm kidding.
You will be remembered with Telgi.
Hand of Shalia. God damn it. Why do I roll all these... What is it today, man? I swear to God, I've just...
That's what you get for being a greedy boy and buying boons.
Do that. True, true. It's a good lesson for everyone. Don't buy boons early on. It's not worth it. I don't know why I do it. I mean, I know why. I want to.
I mean, I got chain lightning once from that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it does work for once in a while, but statistically, it's a horrific idea. It's a bad idea.
I'm sorry, this curse keeps making my grumroll proc and knock them all over the show. Sorry, guys.
No problem. But now if you just tell them that, reroll improvements, one of the best mods. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like ever since Chaos Race came out, I've been getting so many comments on my UI videos out of nowhere. Like even the very old ones, like the first one I made, which is like an ancient video, where I was like, oh, there are people on that video still? I was like, the fuck? And I think it's just because all these new players that are like figuring out that all the mods are broken and being confused. And like sorry bro.
Parkour. Couldn't parkour my way.
Once I was playing Waystalker and just got all the healing boost. Ever sell it in a 3,000 meter radius. Hated you for it.
There's nothing up there. I went that
no
way.
healing up there?
No,
oh,
nothing.
Yeah. I don't know why I went. Don't you know that feeling where you know your teammate just checked? That your brain goes, oh, but I feel like I need to check anyways. I don't know why.
You do, dude. It's human nature.
Yeah, don't you get that?
It's
It's like, no, I don't trust that. Like, even
Can we
if
get
you
him?
do, it's like, I don't know why. It's just...
Can we get him and then come back?
Yeah, go forward, go forward. No, we can't. No, can't actually.
But I feel like we can't.
Oh, but I know for a fact that we can. There's going to be an event.
Okay. Okay.
Trust me.
I
wish we could, but...
Sorry, I was just dealing with the assassin. I'm coming back now. You can go ahead and pop that chest so long. Yeah.
Oh shit, he coming.
Try bring him to this little courtyard. Yeah.
Okay, keep him in place,
Okay, we've got a thing upstairs. Two things upstairs. I'm dying.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's coming for you.
Careful, Sierra.
Don't worry, I got it.
Poke his butt.
Oh, what? What the fuck was that?
Get him up, Salt. I'll try to deal with the
What the
aggro.
fuck was that? He
No,
just
you get him up.
teleported. What the fuck was that?
Drink your number 4 potion and heal body now if you don't go down now.
Oh
so
yeah, I
you're
forgot
not
it was
leaving us.
the... Oh yeah,
Please.
I completely forgot. I've been looking for healing, I completely forgot that we had that modifier. Oh, I'm retarded. I would have drank it ages ago if I hadn't not actually thought about that. There we go.
That was some insane damage. What the fuck?
Yeah, I had a power potion.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what it's called. My favorite boon is block push dash. Yeah. It is. Like, trust me, if you saw me the first time I had that on a shade, and I was like, this sounds funny. And I literally, I was screaming on stream because I almost killed myself 3 times in a row. But every time I saw that. Yeah, that was like, the panic in my heart was hard to explain. Like, it was oh my god, that thing is so hard to control.
Protector of the dead.
Protector of the dead?
We'll see
He's a
that.
protector of the living
Fully
right
on
about now.
That's what axes and hammers
Battery.
are for.
Yeah, mobility is what Pyromancer actually needs, man.
I'm out.
That shark strikes again. Indeed.
Why is this guy so far ahead?
The river's headed where we're
That's the
going.
event.
Don't buy the boon. I know you want to buy that boon. Don't.
Yeah,
touch it.
I really want to buy that boon. I'm not gonna lie, I really do want to buy that boon. But like,
I played with a guy last night. His actual Steam name is the worst player ever, dude. He played Zealots on 450 power weapons, literally white weapons through the whole Chaos Waste. He didn't die once, dude. He amounted like 60,000 damage.
Ooh, endless bomb. Oh hell yeah!
You'll need
you guys
black
want a
powder
preview
to
of
reach that door.
the amazing joke that I'm gonna start with in the video all about boons?
Yes, let's hear it.
It doesn't really work a joke because it's actually not really a joke. It goes something along like boons, spoons, no baboons, and then there's like monkey noises. That's it, and a meme of spoons. That's how it's so retarded. It's not even
like a like a dad joke.
Typhoons. That's the extent of my comment. It's gonna be cringe, guys. I'm warning you. It's gonna be really cringe. Boons? Boons! Typhoon. How many bones?
Oh!
I'm dying. Help me. Help me. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I totally swapped. I thought
Oh shit.
I thought I swapped my weapon. Then I started charging and attacking me there.
Oh no. Yuke.
There's a big moo here.
Get the... Oh, that crit.
Leave me alone.
Got a problem, big boy?
Oh no!
Krung, if you will. Wait, what? True Zealot reveals its suffering.
Do you want me to use the barrels for him, or are we good?
I think we have. Yeah, we already finished.
Watch out for the Minotaur! I'm not keeping you out of the coop.
Get away from it.
Happening, bro.
And no matter what I do, I can never get one of these buggers to stand still, man.
Nah, it's really hard. It's really hard with the Minotaur. I'm not even sure if there is a way to actually guarantee that. I don't think so. At least I haven't been successful in that case.
Like, I know it's dodge back, and then for his overhead you dodge to the side, and that sort of works.
Yeah, but it's still it's really difficult to actually lock it in place. No,
Yeah.
almost no matter what you do. Then the chance to get some shitty boon. I lost some confidence today regarding Kata. I just got hit in the dumbest way about playing Kata True, so yeah, it happens, man, it happens.
Potion here.
We all have bad days.
The elves have many gods.
Hey, double barrel.
Aye, indeed. Some dark, some light. Some who can't quite decide what they are.
Dark? That's unusual. Most folks seek deities to embody their
What did
virtue.
you do to my barrel? Oh, I missed that shot. That could have been awkward if that overhead had actually hit. Are you playing event plus Twitch mode at the same time? Maybe I just have bad day. You run around him and then he's somewhat still. Yeah, that's true, Red. Red Moon? The Moon of Seret.
No sorrow for a dead packmaster.
Oh, welcome, bro. Long time no see. Minotaur prove again that it's better than... that it's just a better Roger.
Ooh. Oh man. Thank you.
See it, yeah. Destroy that bat, you.
Man, I literally just bought a new keyboard like 4 months ago, and this game just tears it up. Like my queue is already finished, man.
True story. I wonder
And it's
how
not
many
even like a
clicks I've done in my
brand,
life.
man. I like went and bought something decent thinking it would last, and now here we are 4 months in and my Q button is literally like about to die.
I really wish it's so nice to know how many clicks I've done on a keyboard in my life. It's a number I'd like to know. I wish.
Yo, man, it's got to be in the trillions, right? It has to be, dude. If you're an avid gamer.
No, not even close. Not the trillions. At the very most, it's gonna be in the. It's not even. Not even gonna be in the billions.
Bro, if you've played a game like Dota 2 or a MOBA, come on, dude. Like some of those people average like.
How long do you think a billion seconds is?
Oh, that's well over 1,000 years.
No, a billion seconds is just over 31 years. 31 years, 231 days, and I don't remember the remaining. But
did you say a billion or a trillion?
No, a billion. A billion.
Oh, a billion.
Seconds.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, a billion seconds. That's 30, and that's also what I meant about like keyboard stroke. So it's I don't think I've clicked once per second in my whole life. If you count for sleeping and stuff like that, I feel like it's gonna be less than 1 click per second on average, right?
No. You're talking nonsense now. You're telling me that like those early morning sessions at 2 in the morning when you're all worked up and like all peaky and whatever, you're not clicking like 3 times a second on your mouse?
Yeah, sure you are, but like over a lifetime, like even you're not on average. Like even if you just take into consideration sleep, right, and time not on the PC, then in total your average click is not going to be over 1 per second. Like I'm not saying it can't be that in the moment, but over a whole lifetime, I don't think you're going to click more than 1 per second, even if you're a professional gamer. Even if you're a StarCraft player, I don't think on average it's going to be more than 1 click per second on average throughout your whole life. And even if it was 1 per second, then you would have a billion clicks when you were 31 years old, right? I mean...
Those are some big numbers, man. At 31, having a billion.
Oh, are you 31?
No, I'm still 28. I'm heading that way. I'm
gonna celebrate my 1 billion second. That's like, who the fuck cares about birthdays? Today, I could have counted to 1 billion. I think that's worth celebrating. I think that's way more cooler. Like how many times the sun went around the Earth. Like 1 billion seconds. That's the way to go.
Oh, floating bombs.
I'll get drunk for that. 1 billion! How do you think, how long do you think 1 million seconds? About a week. That's the difference. It's insane to think about,
days?
Right? It's about a week. Not exactly, but roughly. Just 1 million seconds.
Man, time is really hazy for me, man. Like, where I've been working and such like that, dude, we like literally used to pull 12-hour days, man. So it's literally, time is relative, right?
Yes.
My days feel like they're 2 hours long sometimes. I look again, 6 hours has gone by.
Although that has more to do with like human perception.
Yeah.
The actual relativity of time. But yes, in both senses, it is. Time is relative. Hello.
So why do you do this? Like, why do you, dude? You seem like a pretty smart young man and switched on. Of all the things you could do in the world, why do you do this, man?
I studied theoretical physics. before I did this.
Holy moly! Excuse me. You studied theoretical physics.
So like,
Wow. Okay.
I wrote a couple of reports on black holes and stuff like that. I'm a total I'm a nerd.
Wow, dude, that's heavy.
Absolutely, but I wasn't very happy in life. I just realized I don't work on a 24-hour schedule, and you know, I don't know. I don't think, much as I love the subject, and I still do. I absolutely love it. It wasn't because I didn't like the things we were learning. I couldn't see myself in the job applications. You know, 'cause you're like you're either going to be a professor, in other words, a teacher, which is something I could enjoy. Except the pay in hours, not gonna lie. That's just not... I need to have gold at the end of the rainbow. If that makes sense. I don't have to get to, I don't have to get to the goal, but I need to know that there's potential gold in order to
just
motivate
a little
myself.
bit of incentive.
Exactly, right? And that's what I feel like really helps with YouTube. It's like, it's not that I need success in order to be happy, but I need to know that I'm working potentially towards that, right? Whereas with theoretical physics, like, unless you go like engineering and Elon Musk, that's one option, sure. But other than that, unless you become an author like Stephen Hawking, right? That's like the other option. But other than that, there's really only average researcher and the average sort of... You can work for 50 years, and I'm not saying this is like an important contribution, but some people in physics, they'll work literally for 50 years, and their contributions are 10,000 ways not to make progress, right? So they check mark 10,000 things where it's like, this doesn't work, right? And that's valuable. Don't get me wrong, that is absolutely necessary for science to progress, but that's just, ooh, that's a really big if, right? So you spend your life project and go, and don't get me wrong, that's science for you, right? And respect to any person who does that. I just felt like I needed something more to motivate me in daily. So yeah, that's pretty much why I was like, maybe I'm not too bad at this YouTube thing. Maybe this could work out. People keep telling me that we make interesting stuff. Maybe if I work really hard, maybe someday I can make a living off it. And so yeah, that's why I do. That's why, you know, because I've always been a gamer. Always been a gamer. That's simple heresy. Wait, what? Me confused, Joe. Okay. Holy fuck, Kika brain.
Yeah,
He
dude,
wanted to understand the inner workings of the war.
You said theoretical physics, dude.
Yep. I've been loving that shit since I was 10 years old.
Wow, dude.
E equals mc squared, energy equals mass, which is straightforward proportional with the speed of light squared in a vacuum, which means there's a direct correlation between energy and mass.
Dude, it's actually good, right? Because I feel like, and I'm not being rude, but like our generation, a lot of people are not really literate numerically. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I've been so surprised at how useful that has actually been. Making sometimes I'm like, when I do Vermintide videos, I'll be like, oh yeah, so I can actually do math in my head, you know. And I actually sometimes I'm like, oh yeah. Wow, I never thought I'd be this happy about knowing how equations work. Like, where I'm like, wow, like I wouldn't be able to explain this if I didn't actually have a fairly advanced education, right? And I don't think I've ever thought that of all the applications, I never thought that it would be because I made YouTube videos about gaming. And I actually sat there and went like, wow, this is not what I thought about in school in math, that this would actually be the thing that was useful. That's the last thing I thought.
Yeah, dude. Like in South Africa, if someone says they're theoretical physicists, right, you assume they help the Air Force and they work on planes, or they help launch satellites and stuff like that. Manufacture satellite. Dude, it's pretty sick that you're holding it down in the gaming community and
this
doing
works.
That.
Let's see. It's not what I imagined myself as just a couple of years ago. But, you know, I'll take it. But what do you do?
I hear the peal.
Like I said, I was recently working in kitchens. I've been a chef since I was like 16.
I mean, that can be. I was about to say that's really nice, but I can imagine it's also very tough, especially in Africa. Like I could imagine that's a really, as you said, 12-hour shifts. I could imagine you work very hard for Oh
no! So when I was in South Africa, I worked in logistics and private security. I came here to the UK to work in the hospitality industry for a better life a year and a half ago.
how did you manage to sort of to immigrate? How does that work?
Costs about £4,500. You got to have a health passport, and you got to have no criminal record and a reason to be here, man.
And you managed all that?
Oh yeah.
What was the reason? Serious. What qualifies as a?
I literally came here to see my grandfather pass, dude. He died at like 96, so I thought I'd come here to the UK before COVID and pay my respects to the old man, because if it weren't for him, none of like my family would be here and such, you know. And I get here 2 months later, he passes on, you know, COVID hits, the borders close, and yeah, dude, kind of here for good now.
But I'm glad to hear that you managed to, yeah, hopefully find a better life, man. That's like, it's hard for sort of. Part of my brain goes, yeah, I can relate, I can understand, right? But I also know that no, I can't. I can't really. I'll never know what it actually means to sort of be in that situation. At least not unless something goes horrifically wrong with my life, right? I think a lot of people, especially in Denmark, I can't speak for all of Scandinavia, but I could imagine most of Scandinavia, especially in the younger generation, they don't know, like, even if they do know, they don't know how to appreciate just how good they have it. And I didn't either for many years. Like, I was fortunate enough that my parents had, they weren't wealthy, but they were above average even for a Danish family, right, in terms of
they
money.
had enough, yeah.
And they worked hard, don't get me wrong. They didn't have a lot of time, was more of a thing we were missing, right, in growing up. But I didn't really, like, I wanted to appreciate it, but it was also, I didn't understand what it really meant when I was a kid, you know what I mean? It's like, I didn't understand the difference between my friend and them having sort of a, you know, a sort of a vacation in a nearby country, and sort of me going to, I don't know how to explain it. As a kid, you don't understand the difference between a really expensive vacation and a non-expensive vacation, you know what I mean? And so you don't appreciate
it's just,
it. Like, you can't put it into context, right? It's like, it has no value for you, because it's always been there. That's the thing. And so I think for a lot of years I didn't really appreciate just how lucky I was in life. But I'm really glad that because that takes some philosophical thinking. It really does. Like, appreciating what you have comes down to, that's a way of thinking. It's how you frame the present moment, right? And I've only now learned later in life, like, how to really appreciate just the perspective it also gave me, right? So, like, because I was actually in Uganda when I was 2 years old. No, Zimbabwe. That was Zimbabwe. I was in Uganda when I was, I think, 16 or 17. And I remember, like, the first time, I remember walking through this called like a mall, right? Like yeah. And I just remember the feeling. For the first time, I remember every single person, because it wasn't in a tourist area. We were there because one of my dad's best friends, she worked for a medical company called Novo Nordisk, and she was head of like a medicinal project down there, right? So we weren't in like a tourist area, right? And so I just remember that feeling of every single person, I mean every single person turned their head because they hadn't seen a white guy in months, right? At the very least, you know what I mean? And I just remember thinking, wow, this is what that feels like. I just remember, like, wow, I think I get it, at least to some extent, right? I'm not saying that it's the same, but I was just like, wow, I never had that feeling before. I just remember just a moment of like, wow, this is weird, this feels awkward, right? Just that everyone's turning their head and going, oh, that's a white guy, right? And I just remember thinking, wow, that really gave me a different perspective of, wow, I don't get it. I never got it. I thought I understood, but I really didn't, right? And yeah, I just remember that being like a really sort of, wow,
eye-opening moment, culture shock,
exactly. And I think that's something I didn't appreciate, how lucky I actually was to have that experience, you know what I mean? Because if you haven't had the experience, you don't know that you're lucky to have. You don't know what you're missing. If that,
Yeah, but like you said, when you're a little kid, you don't really know what's going on. You know, you think it could be the best holiday in the world, or
precisely.
You know, just a car trip could be a great holiday when you're a little kid.
Skiing. That's what. I never really appreciated it when I was a kid, but like, that's also expensive. I absolutely love skiing. haven't gone skiing for a long ass time. But that's also a luxury. I mean, sometimes I feel like sometimes in life when you have a shitty day, just think about how lucky you really are when you think about, oh shit, I got hit from the back. I was like, pretty sure I nailed that dodge. Why did I get hit? And then it was in my back. but yeah, I love these conversations because that's all it takes to remember just how lucky I've been in life. You know what I mean? How much I have to be, how much I'm not missing.
How much we have to be grateful for every day. Yeah, bro. And I'm not being funny. Here in, I don't know how it is in Denmark because I have family that live in Germany. I love them to death. But like here in the UK, man, people aren't grateful for their opportunities, and especially, you know, like you don't have to worry about arming yourself when you go to the shops. You don't have to worry about making sure your gun is on safety when you put it away, or you know what I mean. You don't even have to have a gun here in the UK, dude. It's beautiful.
It's even exactly, and now imagine that healthcare and all education is free as well. No one's thankful.
Not for me because I'm not a citizen.
Oh yeah. But like that's how we have it, and like people they don't appreciate it. And
yeah, exactly.
I didn't either. I mean, I'm guilty. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to take any high ground. When I was in school, I didn't fucking. I didn't. Why would I think about that? I never thought about that. That was just the way it was, right? Yeah, it's so easy to take things for granted that you've always had, right? Because it's free for everyone. So it's only when you then look out into the world, you see, oh shit. That's like, you know, even in a wealthy country like the United States, it's a privilege to afford a university degree. Here, if you have the grades, you have the grades, and it's free. It's not free in that, you know, it's paid by taxes, right?
Yes,
so every citizen pays for it, but nonetheless, you don't have to worry about it. That's a luxury. That again, I think.
And another thing is, you guys here, the politicians, right? In your countries, you pay tax. You know, tax is going to tax, dude. In South Africa, the African National Congress has literally ruined the country into the ground.
Of course not.
Yeah, man.
It's so heavy. Like I would be labeled as a T word. I don't want to say T, like you know the T side on Counter-Strike. I would be labeled as a T word.
You can say it, no problem.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I would
mind
be labeled as a terrorist if I went back to South Africa because growing up, my dad served in the President's Guard. I grew up in a military family. Obviously, I was brought up in that way. You know, be ready, be ready, be ready. And obviously, half of my family were murdered in the farms in South Africa. Like when people talk about those stories of people being murdered in the Free State, that's actually some of my family.
What?
So yeah, bro. It's weird, hey? Small world, bro. And it's like so little people actually know the plight of what's going on in the world, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Like the world is fucked up these days. Don't get me wrong. Like people are only just starting to realize just how fucked up things are in China, for example. Like China scares me these days. I'm like not in a good way. I'm like that's they're like the size of the country is what makes it scary, right? It's like a way larger and way wealthier North Korea. That's what China is these days. Like, don't be mistaken. But like, I feel like the West is way too
conservative.
It's not that I want conflict, but like the way China is like, it's unacceptable. I feel like the United States and the entire West, they should just literally 100% cut off China in terms of all trade. And I mean 100%. I know that's gonna cost everyone so hard on like you know, daily products, like are going to be so much more expensive. It's going to cost on the consumer part, for sure. But I feel like that's the only way they're ever going to start acting just somewhat rationally. Like, we're talking genocide, so it's like the level of delusion.
It's real.
It's
they
so
have, like labor camps, right?
But you know, money talks. That's the thing. If someone knows they can make money, it's really hard to tell. Like, money usually. That's hard to work against, you know what I mean? And yeah, that's true. Sexy Zero.
Shrines in your path.
That's the thing, Sexy Zero. When Americans say like, it's freedom is hard to measure.
Sleep tight, dude.
The thing
Have a good night's rest, yeah.
Oh wait, you're leaving?
Oh no, sorry, I was saying good night to my sister.
Okay, nah, no problem. Sleep well.
Sorry, dude, I was talking to someone on Twitch.
What a nice guy.
Do you have any of those strange coins?
Yeah, boy!
Offer them to the shrine to receive.
What's your name, man? If I may ask.
Or perhaps you'd prefer to
me?
buy a miracle for the whole party.
Your name is not Indeed. I
Your
refuse to believe
coins
that.
are your own. Do with them. As
No,
you
my
deem
name is
best.
Gareth.
I would have. I swear to God, if your name was, if you, someday that would have been so fucking epic. I never even thought about that. I wonder if someone in the world is named Indeed. That is the most epic name. FF. Sorry, I forgot. What was your name? I'm sorry, Gareth. It's just. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice to meet you, Gareth. I'm sorry. It's just for a moment I was like, is he trolling me? Is he actually trying to convince me that his name is Indeed? Like, because if you really tried hard enough, maybe you could have. But that would have been so epic. Imagine being named fucking Indeed. Also, all my boons were so fucking shit.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm not buying a single.
I'm Chinese,
thing,
and
all
I agree.
rubbish.
Damn, Sikazilla. That's tough. Like I'd love to talk about it. Like I love talking about it because again, it's always hard to know what is and isn't true. Let me just put that out there. Like,
Yeah, unless we are actually there witnessing history unfold, we don't know what's really
that's
going
the
on.
thing.
Man.
In theory, again, it's hard. Like the only reason that I'm fairly certain here is because of the amount of different. You know, you don't have just one government saying it's not just one news media. It's pretty much all the news media in the whole West. And the thing is, people have a hard time cooperating. Like the only reason I have these arguments all the time with a really nice guy from my server named Saber, and he's a really nice guy, but let's just say he has beliefs about the world that I just cannot quantify in my brain.
Yeah, you
right?
don't
And that's fair.
align
That's
with
fair.
them.
I have disagreements and rational arguments. That's fair, right? But I'm like,
It's your human rights.
humans cannot cooperate well enough. Like, there's a reason I don't believe aliens are in Area 51 either. That's because humans are literally incapable of keeping that secret. Like, they're just too dumb. Like, they don't work well enough together. But like, if you just look at how inefficient governments are, right? I refuse to believe that they could keep that a secret for more than a year, like before someone leaks, because that's the level of efficiency we have. Like, if they could keep that a secret, they'd be way better than they are at anything else. Let's put it that way, right? Like, and that's
so,
also
Party
why
Knife,
I
can
think,
I tell you something with a little bit of confidence here? I don't mind anyone in your stream or whoever can look me up. But in South Africa, the web is not moderated, so like it is here in the EU and it is in the States, okay? Because I've worked in America, I've worked basically all over the world. And in South Africa, there's no internet moderation, so you can climb onto the dark web and access any information you want without consequence, basically, if you know what you're looking for, right?
I think you can do the same here. I mean, assuming you're not on a site with child pornography or something, you know, stuff like that, right? That's illegal. But other than that, I don't think going to the dark web is illegal here. At least not as far as I know.
I just don't like to do it here because if something should happen, you know, 5 years time from now, they're gonna pin it on you because they keep a record on everyone.
Especially when you're someone that they would have a place to send. That makes sense, right? If, you know, you never know in terms of. I could imagine when you're immigrating, that's a little bit more scary, right? Because like the Danish government, I know there's nowhere that like regardless, even if I was bombed someplace, which I would never do. Let me just. But even if I did, I'd still go to jail in Denmark, right? Because I'm a citizen and I was born here. But I could imagine that when that's another sort of. Like, I hope they would never do that, but that's still something you'd have to consider, right? That, you know, if you, that, you know, being on the dark web may look bad. It may actually factor in wherever to.
Yeah, man, I'm not being funny. Like, I know I sound paranoid right now, but like once you learn enough about the internet, the binary codes, the codecs, I literally don't even comment on YouTube videos, man. I like, subscribe to stuff, but I try have no
opinion on anything.
Yeah, no opinion, no online trail. Literally, my only online activity is here on Steam because Steam is not yet moderated and filtered by leftist buggers.
Like Twitches.
Don't even get me started on Twitch. So you know how I said I haven't played on Discord in about a year and a half's time? It's because what you remember when the Twitch thoughts took over, right?
Yes. Well, I'm from Denmark. Sorry.
When that happened, I was like, you know what? After everything I've done for the Steam community in South Africa and after everything I've done for the Twitch community in South Africa and helping local streamers start in South Africa, it's like what they did was just, it was blasphemy, dude. They literally kicked us in the balls as young men, dude. And it was like, so you can't stream games with music on Twitch, but you can have half-naked women signing your name on a hot dog that don't even play games, right?
I know,
so that's when I was kind of like, dude, I've had enough, dude. I don't want to be a part of the system. I don't want to be a part of
You've likely
this.
never watched this video because the chances are YouTube has not recommended. Like it has. I knew it was a video. Like I have a video called the Twitch Armageddon. It's just essentially just I start off with a really funny joke, sketch. If you ask me, I think it's hilarious. But and then I go into like a really serious discussion about Twitch as a platform, where I really criticize them deeply. And there's also even warning. As an example, I even used the N-word once in a video as an example as to the problem with Twitch and free speech. Where I'm like, if you use a word in a completely non-offensive context. So the example in the video I use is the word N-word was derived in the 1800s as a derogatory term against African Americans. So I say that sentence, but without using, but without blurring, right? Like here I said N-word, I didn't do that in the video. Knowing full well that demonetizes the video, and that means it's not going to get recommended. But it was as an example, right? Because I'm so tired of everyone like moderating without taking context into consideration, right? It's just using that sentence. Nothing offensive was said in that sentence, and I hope that you, as a very rational, seeming person, would agree that just because I'm white, but doesn't mean I can't say that word without it being racist. At least I don't think so. Like, I don't know if you...
Can I tell you something, dude? And honestly, no, I'm not trying to make a scene. I'm not racist. I was initiated as a Zulu man. I speak 2 African languages, Afrikaans, and I speak English. So I speak 4 languages, right?
Nice.
Yeah, dude. So,
you're in my neighborhood.
Dude, in South Africa, if you're a young white man...
Hold your ground.
Oh, thank you, dude. I'll heal that. In South Africa, if you're a young white man, you're basically viewed as the enemy from birth. Okay? So, like, if you... My surname is Pretorius. My fun is Pretorius. My name is Gareth, dude. So, like, I can't even speak Afrikaans in the goddamn country I come from. I'm not allowed to be proud of my heritage. I'm not allowed to go back to my Oma's, my grandmother's funeral site, see her grave. Dude, all because I'm a white man. Dude, like what's happening now in Europe and America, it happened in South Africa in 1994, dude. Like leftist communist bastards took over the country, man.
So why were you born in South Africa? I'm curious now, as a white guy. So I assume, you know, I
Because
know
my dad got, he grew up very poor on a farm in South Africa. And he got recruited at 16 years old to join the South African military service. At the age of 17, he was recruited out of that, went into the special ops. So they sent him at 17 years old to Uganda, Zimbabwe, the Congo, to go and work special ops.
Yeah. Damn.
And then after that, when he retired from special ops at 26 years old, he became the president's guard for President F.W. de Klerk.
This is an insane story. Sorry for not answering chat, but this story is too good, guys. I'm sorry. Like this is too interesting of a conversation. I'm sorry for not, like, I am reading chat. Sorry if I'm not responding, but this is
Dude, it's real life, man. And my mother's from
fucking
Zimbabwe,
cool ass
formerly known as Rhodesia, and you know, my grandfather fought for Rhodesia and had to leave Rhodesia because of President Mugabe. So I come from generationally dispossessed people, white people who have been dispossessed of their land, wealth, everything, bro. So it's like,
God dang.
Yeah, bro. That's why I joined the Navy here, man. It's like I've had enough, dude. Like the only thing we can do as young men now is take control into our own hands and fight, dude. Find a country where they'll accept us as young, straight, white males, and just get on with it, dude.
Preach.
Thankfully, we don't have a lot of that. Like, I always hear about all that leftist. The thing for this, I've never seen it in Denmark in physical form. Like, I've never met anyone in Denmark who actually is like that. Like, I hear about it all the time on the internet, right? And like in America and a bunch of other countries, but I've never actually encountered it in real life myself. I've never met anyone who's like that. ever.
In Denmark, they bring you up really well, dude. They teach you to be a little bit objective about things, dude.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have met retards. Every country has those.
Yeah, there's gonna be, wherever you go, there's gonna be
that whole
those
cancel
people, right?
culture. I don't feel like we have it. Like, at least it's rare. Let me put it that way. I wouldn't say it doesn't exist. I'm sure I'm also biased in some sense, but I've never actually seen it happen here myself, or heard, or met, talked to anyone with those like that retarded opinions about free speech and all those things. It makes no sense. How people are getting banned off of Twitch for saying that biologically speaking there are two genders.
Don't even get me started on that, sir. I will literally, pop
again, it's like, oh, I said biologically, right? You know what that means, right? It's like, what's wrong with you? That's nothing offensive in that sentence. There's a
dude, you need to understand,
what you feel.
right? I grew up,
totally...
like, the way I grew up, dude, I was born in 1992. The way I grew up, if someone like that was in the community, you extended a hand to them, dude. You offered them help. You knew there was something mentally not right with them, dude. You weren't horrible to them. You weren't shitty to them.
Like if someone, let's say, if someone is a guy and they feel like a girl inside, fine. I don't mind. But biology, there's a difference between what you feel like and biology. Like, biology is based on the amount of chromosomes you have, and there are only biologically. You either have, it just depends on how many chromosomes you have, right? X and Y, and there's only two combinations of that. That has nothing to do with, like for example, trans people. Again, it's nothing. I totally respect. That must be really difficult, and that is not a gender. That is a different classification. And that's all respect to them. I'm not saying that it must be really difficult also to be like a guy who feels like a girl and vice versa. That must be really tough. And all power to you. If you do that, you should totally be allowed to dress however you want and feel however you want. It's just that has nothing to do with your biological gender. That's not the same, right? Those are two different things. And that's not insensitive in my opinion to say. That is just a biological fact about the nature of human chromosomes.
Didn't you know soon empirical evidence and mathematics and science is going to be labeled as racist as well?
I mean, it's I'm sure some people will try to do that, but thankfully the good thing about science is proper science can be tested. And that doesn't mean that bad science.
You say that, but that's what happened in South Africa. They literally started in 2012. They started a movement in the universities in South Africa. I was never fortunate enough to go to university, right? My best friend from South Africa, he went to university, University of the Witwatersrand, and he studied law, God bless him. And dude, it's just like what you encounter versus what what you go into and what people. Oh, I want to buy a boom.
Yeah, me too. I have so much money, but I got healer's touch.
Oh, nice. I got booming taunt and oiwazuk. But dude, like I was saying, where do you find the time in the day to have this conflictual sort of am I man, am I woman? It's like, dude, my days are so like, where I come from, there's so many other things to worry about, bro.
I know,
like
it's a luxury.
Your family and shit,
it's an absolute, that's what I'm saying, it's an absolute luxury to have the time to think about these philosophical questions. It's an absolute luxury, no doubt about it, no doubt. If you're hungry, oh shit, that's a red weapon.
Is that red temper?
Oh,
no, it's red ranged.
I'll take it.
I got it anyways. Fuck it.
Oh, nice.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah, it's an absolute luxury to have the time to think about these things. No doubt about it. That's just a fact. It's only something we've been able to do again as humans at better and better conditions. More and more people have the luxury to actually do that. Because like, if you're worrying about getting food tonight, and you don't give two fucks about what happens inside a black hole, you're fucking hungry.
Still here? Just take a swing. That's all you.
But again,
but dude, they can't, like, I don't agree. I agree everyone has a voice, right? Everyone should be heard. But you can't go pushing your views and philosophies on other people's throats, dude. Like, it's never going to work out the way you think it is.
I don't think everyone should be heard. I mean, at first, yes, but at a certain point, I'm like, no. You should not have a platform. I generally feel like on a platform like YouTube, as much as I don't like cancel culture, but I also feel like having an audience comes with a responsibility, right? And if you lied a certain amount, if you screwed people over a certain amount, if you've been time and time again just been acting in bad, selfish faith for the context of your own interests and just screwed people over, then I feel like no, fine, you can start over. We take it. Like I just don't feel like you deserve to have an audience. I just don't. I feel like it comes with the responsibility of an audience. It really does. And people...
Yeah, dude, because there's going to be young kids that watch this stuff.
Exactly.
Dude.
And people, a lot of people just, oh, it's not my fault what people do. But yes, it fucking is. It's
everyone has
you know
influence.
that you have an audience, right? But don't give me that fucking bullshit. Some like people like Terra, who had like TerraCon. She had her own festival because she was tired of... She was angry that she hadn't gotten an invitation to the official like YouTube something. There's like this creator thing there. I've never been to it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I saw that.
And she's like, no, I'm gonna have my own, and I'm gonna call it TanaCon. Already there, I'm like, you name the festival after yourself. I'm already like, okay, you have a problem, right? But then you're also taken on camera, just being like, oh yeah, we know that there's only room for this many people, but you know what? I actually like that there's a line, because you know, with the line, that, you know, makes it look more exclusive, right? So even though we can only have room for like 4,000 people, I don't mind that we're selling 8,000 tickets, you know what I mean? But there are people that are grown like from different states that were just waiting in 40 degrees of heat, Celsius, right?
Yeah, I saw that
exactly, like thirsting for like hours on end, getting nothing. It's like, oh, I'm just like, sorry, I talk too much, I'm not concentrating, but I'm like, no, you just don't deserve to have an audience when you're then caught on tape like saying that you knew that and you didn't care about that, and then you lie about it because you're then caught on tape afterwards saying that you actually, you know, something you already said. Like, no, stop it. At that point, I'm not gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. You just don't deserve to have a channel.
Behind us.
I don't feel like that's cancel culture. It's not because of something you said. It's because you are literally too dumb to deserve having an audience. You're just too dumb. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah.
Dude, but now the sad thing is I'm not going to say she, it is too dumb to have an audience, right? But now that same person will be allowed to reach what? Probably like 200,000 under 16-year-old children, you know what I mean? Still
yeah, like she has
themselves.
probably millions of subs, I believe.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the young kids, man. So there's going to be young kids
that are
growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking that what they are seeing is acceptable and okay. Dude, it's bananas.
I think it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's mind control, and it's literally taking advantage of children and their.
And I don't think they do it intentionally. I think she's literally so unintelligent that she doesn't understand the implications of the audience she has. Like I think that's totally possible, at least.
No, dude, but where's her parents, dude? Like, where's her auntie or uncle or someone? You're telling me that nobody loves her enough to be like, hey, put your shit together in line and stop acting like that, dude?
No one did with me. I fucked up in life. No, for real.
You see, the thing is, dude, like, I went to boarding school and shit like that, dude, you know what I mean? So I'd always had like a mentor or someone to beat my ass when I was misbehaving.
I mean, my older brother beat me. Oh shit.
Don't kill me. Behind you, Sienna, there's a horde.
See what a little communication does, guys. Oh. That was the difference between getting smacked in the face and not.
Oh, I'm lagging real hard.
Oh shit. Yeah, I heard it. Oh, I forgot to go get my...
You've earned your reward. Don't forget.
We all did.
Sorry, I'm gonna came on to watch on Slam. Didn't expect such deep convo. Keep it up, love. Trust me, Vincent. This is what happens every time I stream. Okay, every time I stream, I end up with some deep, like.
Yeah, dude, your streams do turn out deep, hard enough.
Trust me, this happens every time I stream. I end up in one of these deep cuts. It's why, yeah, I don't know. I love this shit. Like I love gaming, but like I also love talking about stuff that actually matters. And you know, it's my hope that, like, you know, everyone wants good. I believe that. At least that's some, you know, even if they disagree on how, everyone wants to do good to some degree, right? And I feel like if you can just leave the world a little bit better than when you got here, that's all. Like that's really all you can ask, right? And I hope I found an avenue through which to do that, right? I'm not talking about being the next Elon Musk. I wish I could do that. I absolutely wish I could change the world that much. But, you know, that's also being sort of expecting that is to, in a way, selfish, right? To assume that, oh no, if I can't do that, then it doesn't matter. That's the wrong way of thinking about it. If I can just do a little bit of positive by sort of sneaking a bit of science and philosophy through gaming, right? You know, use gaming as the avenue, and hopefully teach people a better mindset. Then I've what more can then I've done some good, and that's all that's all I need to do.
Yeah, man, that's literally why I subscribed to your channel, dude. Because about a year and a half ago, I found your channel, and I was like, dude, this is some really this guy's making some quality content, and he's also the people who are reaching out to him and he's reaching out to. It's like, dude, it's the actual community, bro. Like, because we're playing on Steam, we don't know each other like that, but we could be walking past each other like in the streets. Like, you could be in a position where someone you're actually playing with could be in a position to help you one day, man. It's unbelievable.
I agree, because like it's so easy to be like, I've been down in life, trust me, but maybe not to the extent like everyone feels like. I think a lot of people forget that everyone feels life is hard. Like, trust me, even the richest, most like the people that are best off in life, like even no matter how good you're off in life, trust me, everyone at some point in life felt like they had a tough time, regardless of what it might be. Something that to you, if you like, you've been in a situation where you're starving, right? You're gonna look at that prince of Arabia, whatever, and like you don't have real problems. But trust me, to the person, to the actual person, they felt like they had a hard life. They felt like they had struggles. They felt they had hardships. That's how the brain works. That's it. If you don't have any problems, your brain will create them. Trust me. Like, it's a problem-solving machine.
Dude.
And like how you frame the present moment is one. Like, if there's just one thing I could really, truly put into sort of teach people, and I feel like I only just learned in my 20s, right? That I wish I had known my entire fucking life. It's that how you frame the present moment largely determines your experience of it. That is just not just hearing those words, because that's not enough for it to matter, but truly understanding what that means is like. Good. Yeah, like I had like a really
Let me just make this game private. Is someone going to invite him?
I'm not the host, otherwise I would.
Okay, just hold on. Let me try to find this guy. I'll add him now. New players. What was his name? Okay, Scarlock, got it.
Perception of good is dependent on the person you ask. Just warn me, I'm not gonna avoid that path. That's enough for me. You know what I'm watching during my workouts from. Thank you very much, Vincent. Appreciate it. Which your aim is crooked as your mouth. Yeah, but that again, I believe in a scientific morality. Again, that's something that's debatable, but that I agree with from a dude named Sam Harris. I feel like it makes sense. I feel like it's a requirement for the world to move forward, honestly. Need sort of a universal perception of fighting raw. Otherwise the world is fucked. Like, I don't feel like it's that. I feel like people make it more complicated than it is. When they want to say that, no, it's all, you know, subjective. I don't think it is.
Oh no, dude, that's it. I've added him as a friend now. Let's just send him an invite.
He should be able to join you as well, like directly.
So, About Tylea.
Yeah, but the perception of good is dependent on the person you ask. No, it's not.
I actually liked it.
No, it's not.
So much more honest.
There's a
disagree.
universal. There's a universal good and bad, right? Like it's human nature. If you find a baby wrapped in a blanket in a field, man, are you gonna be horrible to that baby, or are you gonna pick that baby up and nurture it, man?
I know what you're saying when you say that perception of good is dependent on the person, right? Because one person might perceive a different thing as good than another person, where you're saying it's subjective. But it's actually still not, because at the end of the day, what is morality? If you ask me, it has to come down to the experience of conscious creatures and its possible changes, right? No, if there's no consciousness, there is no good or bad, right? There's nothing there to experience whatever is happening or changing. So you need consciousness or morality, right? Because if there's nothing there, then morality makes no sense, right? If for good and evil to make sense, you have to think of it in terms of stuff that's experiencing those things. And when you have things experiencing life, then you could say, well, any one decision that you make is either in total going to increase or decrease at least the probability or the actuality of well-being on planet Earth, right? Sure, you could go the whole universe, but let's keep it on planet Earth for now.
Yeah, let's keep it simple.
Exactly, right? So like any one decision you could say, and even though you don't know for a fact that, you're never going to know every implication of every action you make, right? 1,000 years from now, the fact that I just coughed or said something wrong, you're never going to know what the implications for that are. But in the near future, I think it's totally reasonable to say that scientifically speaking, it is true to say, like, unless you want to say that we know absolutely nothing about human well-being and how humans flourish in communities, I think it is scientifically accurate to say that culturally forcing women to wear cloth backs, even if it's voluntary. But what does voluntary mean in a context where a community and a culture is demanding it, right? Like, is that the maximum? Like, could you imagine a sort of a world where that is sort of the hill, the top of the scale of well-being? I don't think so. I really don't think so, and I think it's objectively true to say that is a valley, that is a decrease in the overall well-being. I think that is absolutely true to say, and that's not to say that we have the perfect solution here. By no means. Like, you could criticize 100 things about the Western world, like our sort of overly sexual portrayal of young women, for example. Is that an optimal not condition, but an optimal environment in which to raise little kids? Probably not. Is there somewhere in between those two extremes where things make more sense? Probably, right? But there are way more ways to structure a society that are inefficient and not very, that don't maximize well-being. Shit, I just crashed. God damn it.
Oh snap, we've pulled a patrol.
I crashed. On my way.
Oh shit! Sorry, man.
No problem. I'm on my way. But there are way more sort of ways to structure a society that aren't effective than there are effective. But there are truths to be known about the flourishment of human societies. Like, is it a good idea to add cholera to the water? No, that is objectively, objectively true to say that is not going to maximize human well-being, right? And like, is there? That is a dumb example, but I think it is just as true to say that it is wrong to force people to, again, wear cloth backs in 40 degrees Celsius heat. It is like, is it a good idea to beat up children as a way to encourage a healthy learning? Probably not. Like, is there any question that this has an answer? That there's a right and wrong here? No, of course not, and it matters. So I don't think it's subjective, in my opinion. But that's just me. Wait, I'm just adding... sorry, but I'm really passionate about this. And I know most people would say that it's subjective.
Don't apologize, dude. It's good, dude, because I'm not going to say nobody, not enough people realize what's actually happening to our society. It's not your society, my society. It's what we're all going to be living in for the next 50 to 60 years, man.
Well, I think I added. There's.
Yeah, I added you on Steam.
Oh, why don't I see? Okay, first service.
And then I'll send you an invite.
Oh yeah, there we go. No, joining failed. It's either full or no longer available.
Yeah, just give me a second. Someone's joining. We're gonna kick them now. Sorry, we literally had 2 people try and join.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Just let me know whenever I should click. I'm ready.
He's probably got a slow SSD or hard drive because he's still joining.
My brain is broiling. But I get what you're saying, Successor. I'm sorry. I'm also not trying to put you down for saying it because I think most people would agree with what you said, at least initially. So I'm not trying to put down that. Want to make that clear. I would have answered the same. I would have said the same, just some years ago at least. I don't know exactly. I don't remember exactly how long, but it was definitely a point.
Okay, join now. Join now.
Get ready for another horde.
There we go. Got it. We had someone try and join again. Sorry.
No problem.
Dude, like I'm normally quite like I just let anybody just join, but dude, like it's actually really nice to actually play with the party knife and the other 2 people I'm playing with. I don't even know your names, lads.
I'm Michael.
I'm Sebastian.
You can call me the Swagger Dagger 3000.
The Swagger Dagger word, dude. I dig that.
That's the name of my Discord server, the Swagger Dagger Squad. After one time, one of my first streams on YouTube, and I accidentally, I don't know, I was trying to rhyme something in my head when someone subscribed, and I was like, and I accidentally said, welcome to the Swagger Dagger Squad, and it was so bullshit. It was so cringe that my mods were like, dude, you have to make that a thing. Like, that has to be a thing.
There
that
it
is so cringe. That just... I almost felt embarrassed after I had said it. Like, it is really cringe. It's it's so cringe that it's almost funny.
At least it's like your content isn't you spending 40 minutes trying to figure out what you self-identify as, bro.
True.
I wouldn't call that content.
Oh, you'd be surprised nowadays.
No, I wouldn't, trust me. Oh, really not lucky today on my rolls, though. I mean, not that having infinite dodges isn't that horrific, but it's like I just haven't gotten a single really good roll for the fire.
I'm running Chain Lightning on Ironbreaker for the first time, and it's actually quite dank.
Kind of dank. Good way to put it. Whoops. What? I killed it. Holy dude.
Do we risk the boss?
Yes.
Do you?
Yes,
100%.
always. Double down. What? Oh.
Oh, the chain lightning on Soulspire feels so good.
Oh yeah, the guaranteed crits.
Yeah, wish I had level 30 though.
My brain can't compute a lot right now. Okay. That happens, Smarty. No worries.
I do believe you're getting better at this war.
I don't know. Back speed. Who knows? I agree with you 100%, but I think if someone feels joy doing bad stuff and think it's good, that is good for them. yes, that is good for them. But in total, it's still bad. So like, you're completely right that there's nothing. Experience is subjective, which means I like chocolate, you like vanilla, or like in the extreme case, I like chocolate, you like raping children, right? But you can say, and there's nothing, no, there's nothing I could ever tell you that should convince you that no, you don't understand. Vanilla or chocolate is just so much better than violating small children. There's nothing I could ever tell you that should actually convince you of that, because what you like is subjective. That is true. It's just that as a society we have to say, but that is just unacceptable. Even if that is what you like, you better fucking not do that, because that is just not very great for the collective well-being, right? We can't have people like that walking around on the streets. And that's not because I then hate you because that's what you like. It's just that that is just unacceptable. That's a bad thing for society. And so even if you like something like that, again, it's yeah, what is good for one person is definitely subjective, but what is good as a collective definitely isn't. And it's totally possible to know that you like something bad and be aware that, you know, again, you don't choose to be, for example, a pedophile, in that you don't choose what you like, but you do choose if you ever sort of, if you ever do, you know, if you ever act on that, right? To the extent that I actually don't believe in free will either. But that's an even longer discussion that we've had before, so I'm gonna leave that for another day.
The illusion of free will in 2021, right?
And there is no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah, the concept makes no sense as a physical property. There's literally no argument for the existence of free will. I've never heard an argument that actually constitutes an argument for the existence of free will, other than it feels like I have it. That's literally the only rationale I've ever heard anyone like it. Whoops. That, as I said, is a longer discussion. There we go. And it's not just that we haven't seen free will, that the concept literally makes no sense. You couldn't describe a world in which free will existed. Can't even tell me what it is.
Free will does not exist, because if it did, I wouldn't have to have left my home country and stopped speaking my home language. You know what I mean?
It's not so much that
come out here.
That it's more
oh
that.
My god!
And
my grom rolls on cooldown.
Yeah,
oh my god! I'm sorry, boys.
And I'm talking too much. Sorry, guys. I hope you guys know when we stream, it's for the philosophical shit. Lots of people have hard times, depression is a zone without knowing why. Is that their natural senses tell them that something in the Western world went wrong. Basics of being human have been tuned upside down in a great experiment, of which cancel culture is just one part. I mean, it's hard. Good is not a matter of perception. People learn a lot in ancient years. Animals can be kind, so humans can too. I mean, again, it's totally rational for a lion to eat a gazelle. It doesn't do that because it wants to hurt the gazelle. That's instinct, right? What is cancel culture? Cancel culture is like the culture of, you know, going on, you know, people's old Twitter and checking if someone has ever used a homophobic slurp and then trying to mark them as a homophobe just because they made one unsavory joke about something. That's cancel culture, right? Just to give one example, where you completely take people out of context. You don't really care whether or not that person is a Nazi. You just care that this one time, oh, I was like, what? And then I realized it's because I rejoined. For a moment I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, that's why. Yeah, I was just like, wait, what?
Because you rejoined, yeah. Do you guys want to do the same run again? Are you keen?
Yeah, but I'd like to play a different character.
Yeah, for sure. I'll hop on.
I can switch if you guys need one Soulspire.
Let's do one elf if I. Or we can also. What do you think, chat? It's just, I don't mind playing the dwarf, it's just, I don't think I can play him without thinking. I'm gonna die a lot, because when I talk a lot, so I need to play one of those characters where I can just...
Can I hop on the Pyromancer? I mean,
yeah,
Battle Wizard for a little bit?
Do it.
Could someone swap the hero for old party knife here? He doesn't want to play the dwarf. The dwarf.
But oh, thank you. Do we handmade or? Sure. What
Oh wow, you're gonna treat us to a little bit of shade.
Ed?
Can you just give me 2 minutes? I want to get another cup of coffee and have a quick cigarette.
Actually,
like a quick.
I'll just grab something myself real quick.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna hold a lecture on why free will is definitely not a thing.
Does Saltspire seem strange to you?
Not by his standards. But he has shown interest in my dreams lately.
Oh, really?
Said he'd seen something similar. But then he clammed up like a dwarf's purse.
Dealing in dreams and visions? Oh, no wonder Saltspire's staying away from his fellows. He's as likely to burn as I.
Oh man, that was so sad. That run.
Something to heat up. We are like forced to watch what? We are forced to watch this stream. Wait, what? I mean, I hope not. I don't want to force anyone. You know, all the videos I make, everything is focused on the game, right? So when I stream, I like to
Look, darlings.
I like to talk about my other
Not
passions.
saying anything happened
Shit.
to us in
About that.
Castle Dragonhouse. But if it did,
Just got into Vermintide 2, played it when it was in
Nothing
beta
can
at
come
gaming
of discussing
convention.
the
Sorry,
matter.
played Vermintide 1 in beta. Learning the elf at the moment and staggered towards your stream. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Friend. Ferens. Yeah, we're just talking about the nature of consciousness and free will and how to structure human societies while playing some Chaos Waste Kata. We will start momentarily. It's just I really just needed something eat real quick, so I just put some tomato soup in the microwave. Tomato. What do you mean by there's no free will? I guess I'm missing the context. I'll explain that momentarily. Don't wave so much around your computer, especially clouding its state. Yeah, I know. I know it does. I know it's not great for the PC, but that's my biggest. It's okay. So cool. That's hard to explain, Smarty, and it took me a long time to set up. But as for the free will, as a physicist, that's how I think about reality. Right? The thing about free will is not only one thing is the fact that there's no evidence for it. That's one thing. Right? You could still argue a bunch of stuff, but the thing is the concept as a physical thing makes no sense. Not so. I think the real thing about free will to understand is that even if you thought you knew what it was, you actually don't. Like, if you think about it, what is a decision? It has to come down to a physical property. You can't go into, like, that, you know, a soul thing, because either it can affect the physical reality, in which case it must have a physical property, or it can't. If it can't, interact with the physical world, then it can't possibly influence what you do, and thus the concept of free will makes no sense. So it has to be related to the physical reality, because your brain is physical, and your brain is what determines who you are and the decisions you make. So it needs a physical property. And when you then think about it in physical terms, there are only two options. It's either completely deterministic, 100%, that's what Einstein thought, in which case there's no such thing as free will, because then everything is determined ahead of time, or it's random, because you have quantum mechanics. It's potential that the outcome of something is bound to be unknown due to quantum mechanics, but no combination of determinism and randomness ever puts the actual choice on you. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't live as if we have free will, but at the end of the day, the concept of the fact that if I turned back time 10 seconds, I could have set the sentence differently. But the thing is, if I turn back if I turn back time 10 seconds, then I was in the exact same state that I was 20 seconds ago, which means I would have said the exact same sentence. There's nothing extra there you can add that makes the concept of free will make any sense from a physical perspective. That's why there's no free will. Not only can you know what people are doing before they themselves are conscious of it, but literally, you can break the speed of light in a simulation. You couldn't, if I asked you to try to put in a free will in a simulation, you'd be like, what? Where do I even start, right? Just the concept, if you really think hard about it, makes no sense.
And that's pretty deep. Like, I've not being funny, I've never heard another gamer even reference one of those theories, shall we say, or bring up these topics, man, it's sad, really.
I think it's freeing to know that there's no such thing as free will. I think it's one of the best things I've ever realized. Because there's
some people aren't ready for that liberation, though, man. Like, you know what I mean? They so stuck in the box.
I know, but people will get there. Progress is slow. That's fine. People feel like it takes something away, but it really doesn't. Quite the opposite. It means that your decisions matter more than ever. If there's no such thing as free will, that means the state in which you leave the world is the only thing that determines the prosperity of the future. Which means there's no one's gonna come and save it. Like, what we do in this world matter more than in any other scenario, because no one else can come and save it. The world you leave is what determines the prosperity of future generations, which means your decisions matter more than ever in a world without free will. I know. No.
My brain is frying.
Media manipulation says the free will exists. I don't think it's people manipulating. I think you need to think really hard about things.
We should all use them, yeah.
I think most people feel like they have free will, myself included. Again, so I don't think most people, I don't think it's like a cover-up that there's no such thing as free will. I think it really takes, and hello there, Genkiro Senji, I think it takes a certain amount of understanding of physics, come to the conclusion yourself, right? Without, it's not just, it totally seems logical to think that you are in control of your actions. As a social creature, we need to think that's the case, right? Because we need to look at someone and go, oh, no, that's unacceptable, right? You should have known better because you're an adult. And there's a difference between, accidentally driving into someone and getting shit-faced drunk and driving into someone, or even intentionally driving into someone, right? There's a difference between those. And that difference matters. That difference helps sort of, like, if I knew that you planned, and talked to your friends for 2 months about how to kill this person, right? You're like, oh, you have the best ideas. You asked all your friends, guys, what do you think about this plan to kill this person? Or would this be a good idea, right? And then you kill him, right? That's not the same as, oh shit, you accidentally, you were a little bit too early on the yellow light, and you accidentally drove over, and your car got out of control, and you hit a person. The difference between those two, from a context of law and sort of society, is that it very well sort of predicts what you're going to do what you're likely to do in the future. Like, if you spend 2 months planning to kill someone, chances are, that was really well thought out, right? And if you're capable of that, it says something about who you are and what you're likely, again, to do in the future. So we have to lock you up because for a long time, because that shows that you might be very likely to kill someone again, right? Whereas the other was unintentional, it was an accident. That, oh shit, it was still irresponsible, so we still need, you know, still be unacceptable, right? Because at the end of the day, you did fuck something up. But it says way less about who you are as a person and what you're likely to do again in the future. Is Chaos Waste the new way to farm rats? It's definitely the funniest way to farm rats. What are we waiting for again?
Monster.
Oh yeah, oh sorry, yeah. By the way, all these told you are limited with human understanding capacity. There's always the possibility that there might be more. Yes, there's always the possibility that there might be more. But that's not a defense of free will. That is not a defense of free will being a rational point of view at all. You're right. There's always
behind that voice.
Like things can always be part of a bigger story, but the concept of free will, that's a different thing. Like, because the concept makes no sense. That's the thing. Not only do we have no good reason that it's there, but the concept literally does not apply to the universe we live in. Even if we try to imagine, even if we try to tailor the concept to the universe we clearly can see we live in, right? Because we measure, we know particles, we know a lot about the world we live in. And even if we try as best we can to actually apply the concept to the world we find ourselves in, and it makes no sense. I will almost guarantee, I will go on a whim and say, I absolutely guarantee you, like, I feel as certain about free will not existing as I do about any concept in science. Like, I'd say it is well more determined that there's no such thing as free will than it is that evolution is a thing. Like, if you ask me which of those two am I most certain about, the free will one. But, like, that's the level we're at. Like, there's no good reason to believe free will is a thing other than the subjective first-person experience. Again, because we can't even simulate it. We can't even begin to try to simulate it because the concept as a thing just doesn't apply. It doesn't make sense in the universe we find ourselves in. And it's very unlikely that anything extra we could discover would tweak that. Like when you have something that doesn't make sense at all, then usually you've hit, you know, something about it is not right. In the same way that I don't think a singularity is actually a thing inside a black hole. It's highly unlikely that a black hole has infinite. That's what the math tells us. But that's our current best explanation. But it's highly unlikely that that's actually the case. Because when you hit infinities and things that are, you know, then things start to not make sense. And the world sort of likes to make sense, if that makes sense. The fact that math is the universal language kind of refutes the concept of free will for me. Yeah, exactly. And again, it's not that I don't want to pretend like, oh shit, like I know that free will couldn't ever possibly be a thing. It's just that there's no good reason to believe that it is at all. That's all I'm saying. Like the same way there's no good reason to believe that a giant spaghetti monster controls the universe. There's no good reason to believe that.
The Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's actually a thing inside, like as a joke towards sort of, you know, to just suggest how unreasonable some religions are. But you can use it in this case as well and say, not that I can prove mathematically that there's no such thing as a giant spaghetti monster controlling the universe. It's just that there are absolutely no good reason to believe that there is, right? Which makes it unreasonable to assume that it's true. It's not 50%, exactly.
So do you believe that we could all be living parallel, like in parallel times, in tandem, in parallel universes? Like, I was just talking about this with a friend the other day about how, like, we don't really know if we're in some off-brand subjective universe that's some, you know, literally the drool stain of another universe.
It could be a simulation. That is a completely reasonable hypothesis. That actually makes sense. Mathematically, it makes sense according to the best theories we have. There's nothing saying that that should not be reasonable. Again, that's not to say that I believe it is true, but it is reasonable. It's a reasonable theory / hypothesis, whatever you want to call it. it makes sense. It could apply to the world we live in. That is totally plausible. Again, there's a lot of people that believe that the universe only has mathematical properties. And again, the first-person experience is always going to be subjective. So nothing is less real, even if it's a simulation. The funniest thing about the simulation hypothesis is that it's actually it is the only theory I've ever heard that doesn't matter at all. Whether or not it's true has zero implications for the real world. Even if everything is a simulated reality, right? Let's just say it's all just one big simulation. That has absolutely zero implications. Why is that?
Yeah,
well, because nothing outside the simulation could ever
yeah.
affect you, and you could never prove. There's nothing inside a simulation that could ever prove that it's in a simulation. That's impossible, because you could always just ask the question, well, what if the evidence I have that it's a simulation is actually just part of a larger simulation? So so the whole theory is, in a sense, possible yet nonsensical. Because you can't make any. You can never get closer to the actual answer in that theory. But it's totally possible that it's all a simulation.
So can any of us? What would you be?
Like a universe where this chaos spawn wasn't just spazzing out.
Life is just meant to be lived. Why is life required to have meaning? It's not. I think meaning is a human term, and I think if life has a meaning, the meaning of life is to find the meaning of your life. Find people you love, find things.
Word, dude, you need to put that on a T-shirt, man. If life has a meaning,
it is.
You need to go and find your meaning.
It is to find what is it's the meaning for your life. It's like find people you. Whatever makes your life worth living, I think is the meaning of life, of your life. Whatever gives your life meaning, happiness, enjoyment, because again, to ask the question, what is the meaning of life, implies that there is a meaning, and a meaning implies that there was a design. It's like the word meaning from a human perspective means that there was some sort of grand scheme, right?
Order, yeah,
exactly.
there was an order to things.
That's what that question means, but it implies that it has an answer, right? And it doesn't necessarily have an answer. So I think whatever makes your life and everyone else's, the simulation theory is modernized, radical Cartesian doubt. Modernized, radical, yeah, exactly. So again, there's nothing really wrong with the possibility. It could totally be true, just that it doesn't say very much, and it's not very helpful. You're melting my mind. I'm sorry, Smarty. Of career is best for solo. I think a Shade or a Handmaiden Battle Wizard, they're the best for solo. Of philosophy than science. Yeah. The simulation, sort of anything that you can't measure, it goes into philosophy, right? And not science. That's the thing. If you can't measure it, then to some extent it's philosophy. But then you also have things like string theory, which currently there's no way to actually measure, but I would still say that goes within science, right? It's a completely mathematical theory that is coherent with our current understanding of the universe. It's just that we don't have a way to test it yet.
The weak calls me back.
Gonna be risky. Oh shit. Oh, don't. They almost synchronized their attacks. They had. Oh.
They synchronized on me.
Oh shit, am I? Oh shit.
Yeah, you're alone.
Oh fuck. Then this is in the way and I have to move it. I put my keyboard in the right position. I'm not kidding, I can't play with my, I put... What was in the wrong position? Okay, where am I?
Kill that sorcerer before he drains us in filth. Messenger charging! Onward, archers!
Assassins behind you on your right, yeah?
There! Gutter runner! There's a gutter runner about.
Chaos spawn in 3, 2, 1.
Watch for that charge! What's happening?
Rip.
I walk beyond the light.
Ah, God.
This way! Onward!
Leech behind you. What's in front of you now? Oh shit.
Lumber fitting! Thrasher made life! I'm not afraid of your destiny!
Sheepwalk.
What?
Oh no! Rip. Almost.
Oh wait. I think you'd enjoy the book "Why Does the World Exist? An Existential Detective Story" by Jim Holt. I feel like I've heard of it before. Maybe I'll check it out. Do you recommend the shape build?
Welcome to the Swagger Dagger Squad.
Kick skills, you motherfucker. Thank you so much, dude. You're the best. Thank you so much, Pig. You're fucking awesome, man. Thank you so much. I think you're the first 2-time member now, actually. I think you're the first person who's a member for a second month now. Do you recommend a shape build for solo? I want to practice and get good with her because it's the one career I was never any good at. And if you're just trying to practice her, you want to get the 45% cooldown reduction on your ulti, you want to get the backstab, assassin, essentially like the go-to. Sorry, now. Get the Cloak of Pain just for more burst damage. Can. Life is basically just a cycle of our species, trying to reach the peak of our knowledge in order to pass it down to the next, and if knowledge is an endless/infinite library of possibilities. I mean, the extent of like human stupidity as well, cleverness is yeah, it's hard to know where life could go. But I think it's entirely possible to imagine the equivalent of a utopia. Like there's nothing far-fetched about a world where there's enough resources for everyone, where 99.99% of people, or whatever we are at that point, because I do think genetic modification and stuff like that would eventually, you know, and traveling through the stars will eventually make us into something that's no longer Homo sapiens. But I think it's totally within human capacity to create a world where 99.99% of people aren't suffering, like have everything they need, are well balanced, and have good lives. I don't see why that shouldn't be possible. Type 1 civilization, exactly, or extinction. I'd say it's a 50-50. Reaching Type 1 or extinction, something like that. It's a
More than you knew.
and these days, I'd say, if anything, that the probability that we make it, my faith in that has gone the wrong way recently, not gonna lie.
We have a deal.
But who knows?
I made a mistake. And until I've made amends...
We do have a secret weapon in Elon Musk.
Oh man, I actually don't like Elon Musk, dude. I really feel like he is he's completely brain controlled, dude. Like,
What do you mean?
if
You'll have to be very specific and explain on that.
he's from South Africa, right?
Yeah, I know he grew up there.
And
Yeah.
he grew up. No, dude. If you grew up there, you're from South Africa.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Like, don't be like that, right? So he completely changed, dude. When he went to the United States, dude, I'm convinced they either abducted him and put a brain chip in him because, dude, he was literally talking about green solutions for the planet not 8 years ago, and not just like Tesla or whatever. He was literally talking about green solutions worldwide and how to implement it slowly, dude. And it went from that to now, oh, here's an electric car. This will keep you happy for 5 years. You know, everyone focus on this while I try to get to space. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, I what's wrong with like his space endeavor is one of the most important things on like we've ever done. Like,
I agree with you. It is one of the most important things, but it's not being funded enough, and it's not being supported enough because everyone's so far with their heads up their own asses at the moment about the whole
Elon
green
is
solutions
one of the
on
people
Earth.
who are. So I don't understand what I don't think I understand what your criticism is.
So imagine if he took all of the funding and stuff he does for non-profits and all of the other stupid stuff, tax evasion, dude. Imagine if he never started Tesla and he got the opportunity at 16 to start a space program.
He
Do you know
wouldn't
what I
have the
mean?
money to do that.
No, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Look at the royal family here in the United Kingdom. You're telling me that if at 16 he hadn't landed support, from the right people, he wouldn't have been on a much better path? I feel like he kind of wasted a chapter of his life with the whole Tesla situation, where he should have been dedicating it to finding green solutions in outer space, dude. Like,
I don't think he would have ever gotten there without Tesla. I don't think he would have ever, like, the probability of SpaceX becoming a success. Like, it's hard to describe just how close it was to failure. It was one rocket launch floating away from bankruptcy and having never gone anywhere. We're talking 3 rockets in a row that failed. He had to pull in 20 million of his own money, his last. We're talking him.
I saw that documentary. He was on the edge, dude. Like they were gonna shut everything down for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was.
And
buggered,
I agree that the world should definitely throw way more funding into science and space research, but I feel like Tesla again. He nonetheless pushed the mainstream of electric cars by at least 10 years. Like the battery production that was set into development by Tesla, at the very least pushed electric cars to the general population 10 years forward, if not more. And where we are with climate change these days, like, if anything, that's not enough. Like, if anything, that's too little.
To the Swagger Dagger Squad.
Brendan Stewart has become a... Thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the Swagger Dagger Squad. Swagger Dagger Squad. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, my friend. I'm fine with the space race, however. He's trying to privatize space. Of course he is. Okay, here's the thing, right?
Are you lost, mayflies?
I don't like
he
companies.
needs to privatize
I don't.
space.
Yeah, totally. I don't like the thing about companies. Companies can be made about, can be employed by good people, but set up to do bad things. What I mean by that is a company doesn't have morale. Oh, what? What the f? I just dodged.
Did you fall through the screen like Kruber?
What the fuck?
Dude, it's the algorithm, dude. Tesla, I mean, what do you call it? Elon is upset. You've upset him.
I fucking love Elon Musk. I think he's the fucking MVP of billionaires. Of all the billionaires in the world, I think he's definitely one of the few that are making an actual difference. That are actually putting money in places that are important, not just for the sake of money. I'm not saying he doesn't care about money. He totally does. Of course he does. He's a human being. But the thing about a lot of good things are, if you want to live in a capitalistic society, then money talks. That's just a fact. You need money to do good things. Unfortunately, yeah. But that means the stuff, if you want to do good things, then it has to turn a profit. Because if it doesn't turn a profit as well, then you are planning for failure. Then you're planning for this good thing to come to an end. So if you want something, exactly, so if you want to make progress on something, it has to also be a good business model in a capitalistic society. That is just a fact. And so you have, to some degree, care about money. And the problem is when you set up a company to maximize profits, then you are bound to some degree do immoral things. Like sooner or later, when a company is large enough, and you have shareholders and investors, and you have, like, a company is just a structure of humans, and they can be good humans with good intentions, but a company that is successful, which in other words doesn't go bankrupt, is essentially just a structure of good human beings that is set up to maximize profits. And when you're set up to maximize profits, which you have to be, because if you don't, you go out of business. Because if you don't maximize your profits and your competitor does, then you go out of business. That's just how business works.
You've shot yourself in the foot.
Exactly. So if you're not willing to take immoral decisions to maximize profits, then you go out of business. Eventually. That is just a fact of most businesses. Which is why companies, there's no such thing as a good company at the end of the day. Because a company is just a structure that's set up to make money. There are good people. There might be good people in a company. And a company can do good. But there's no such thing as a good company. Because a company will always be a company to some degree. Right? That's the thing. And I think people both demonize and sort of... And what's the opposite? I forgot the word, doesn't matter. Companies to a large degree, and you shouldn't. Trust me, any company will fuck you over if it comes down to profit, right? They don't care about you, because that's not what a company is. That's why you need a certain amount of regulation in a capitalistic society, because otherwise, companies would fuck everyone over, even if they're made of good people. Because you either accept that your company goes bankrupt, or you make immoral decisions where you have to
one-up your
exactly.
opponent. Yeah.
So that is. Yeah. So when does that end? Do you stop exploiting a bunch of Amazon warehouse workers? That's a good question. And I don't think there's...
Dude. We don't, because unfortunately we've enabled society now by accepting Amazon and by accepting Jeff Bezos. It's become a cultural norm now.
Exactly.
Dude.
We pay, like the price we pay for convenience and services, sort of the cheap products that you can purchase online, is accepting the conditions at a company such as Amazon, right? I think where it ends is with AI. That's where I think it ends. I think, like, you can call me crazy, right? Because a lot of people will refuse to believe that this is true. But from a physicist perspective, there's no doubt that in time, like you can say it's like some people think it's 20 years away, some think it's 100, some think it's 1,000. I'd say it's highly likely, in my opinion, to be within 100 years. Most likely even in my lifetime.
The next great revolution.
But the thing is, once you have general AI, right? We're talking about a machine that can design the machine, that can create the machine, that can pretty much do any physical work for the cost of raw materials. That's essentially once you
and do it 10 times better than any natural person.
Exactly, which means in the best case scenario, we're talking about the end of economy and we're talking about the end of human work as we know it. Essentially, that's what we're talking about with AI. That is a fact. Right? Intelligence is a matter of information processing in a physical system. There's nothing in the laws of physics that say that you can't create something out of metal that can think faster than you. In fact, there's literally nothing to suggest that is the case at all whatsoever. Only you're limited by the size of your skull, right? Not to mention the fact that a machine thinks about 20,000 times faster due to transmitting data via the electromagnetic force, in other words, the speed of light, right? And you think at the speed of electrochemical processes in your brain, and that's about 20,000 times. Light is about 20,000 times faster than you. So even if it's as smart as you, every time you've thought for stuff in about an hour, it's thought about stuff for 20,000 hours. It's already there.
Yeah, it's already run the whole process through its whole brain 10,000 times by the time you've given it an hour's thought.
Exactly. So regardless of whether stuff is conscious or not, that's a whole nother debate. Once we get general AI, we're literally talking about the end of society in the way we know it. Again, because even the thought of such a product being developed, like even the sort of rumor of someone developing AI could start a nuclear war. Let's be real about that. And it would totally restructure the way society works and the way capitalism works, right? Because we're talking about one of two scenarios. Either we learn how to share sort of the gains of AI, right? Or we're talking about a couple of trillionaires that essentially control the entire world and everyone else at their whim. Those are the two options. Or the third, of course, being annihilated because someone fucks with the AI in the wrong way or something unexpected happens. There's a lot of stuff that could go wrong with AI. Other than, I'm not talking about a Terminator example, but that's a whole other discussion, right? But those are sort of the three options. Either stuff go completely wrong, but even if we have the perfect AI, we're talking about a situation where either one person can control, like we're talking about a machine that can wage war. Right? We're talking about a machine that could hack into any other, like as soon as you have AI, it's very hard to see how you put it back in the box. Right?
No, you can't.
Exactly,
dude, because it's an artificial intelligence, dude. It's like saying to a human, "I'm taking your consciousness away."
Fourth Industrial Revolution, yeah, but that's the wrong way to look at it. Unity. When you think about it, like I get the reference, right? but it's hard to comprehend the difference between the two.
Industrial mechanical, what do you call it? Industrial mechanical fossil fuels versus actual consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be conscious, but like in order to change its own code, like we're talking about something. It doesn't even have to be conscious. Like maybe it will, but we don't know that. That's not a fact. Like that's not necessarily necessary. Like I think it's totally conceivable that you can have something way smarter than a human that is unconscious, that is not aware of itself, that it's nothing. There's nothing that it's like to be that thing. We don't know if that's true, so that's speculation. But regardless, again, in the best case scenario, even in the scenario where the AI is everything we want it to be, and it works exactly as we want it to, like we can ask it, how do we cure cancer? And it comes with a cure for cancer. You can ask it, how do we fly to the closest star? And it finds a fuel proportionate method that can get us to 99% of the speed of light and get us there for the cost, again, of almost of raw materials. Even in the best case scenario, we're talking about something that in a matter of hours, days, or weeks, right, completely changes human society to the extent where everyone's job is now invalid, is like irrelevant, because it can design a machine that is a better musician. It can design a machine that can make better YouTube videos for you. It can design a machine that can be more creative than a physicist or an artist. Like we already today have sort of algorithms that can design music. They can legitimately compose music where you'd struggle to hear.
Oh yeah, that's for real.
Right, that is for real. People say that a computer can't be. They think, oh no, but it can't be creative. That's bullshit. That's just bullshit. Dude, I can bet you a computer can come up with what you would consider creative. Because once you have an algorithm that is teaching itself, right, that's constantly learning by having data on one side, and can compute more than the human brain. And we're talking about something that's mysterious to you. We're talking about something that you can't possibly understand, because if you could, then you wouldn't need the algorithm in the first place. Integrate with the human AI integration, we're looking at the next evolution event, though. Yeah, that's totally possible. As Elon Musk himself said, it's kind of scary that it's possible that the only safe scenario for AI is to implant it straight into our brain, right? There's something kind of scary about that, right? Like the only proven way forward.
What if I told you that we've already missed the next generational evolution, if you want to call it that? Would you believe me?
I'm not, unless you elaborate on precisely what you mean by that. I'm not sure I understand.
Have you heard of gene therapy?
Of what?
Gene therapy.
Yes.
I'll type it for you.
Gene therapy, yes.
Yeah. So, dude, gene therapy. Now you can literally become a designer human being with gene therapy. It may take generations. It may take a while.
Babies, for sure. We're not going to be Homo sapiens. Yeah, totally.
Dude, so I believe it's already happening under our nose. And again, I don't want to.
First genetically modified baby was born in China. I don't think we're very. I don't think. We're in baby steps, at least I would say. It's highly unlikely that we're...
No. The public is in baby steps. What the actual government and these private-funded organizations, the technologies that they got their hands on from the Germans after World War II, we can only guess, man.
There's no data to suggest that is true. To suggest that the people running the world are genetically modified, I wouldn't say that is.
No, not the people running the world. The next generational evolution is available to us.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
we can take part in it, right?
Yeah,
we
for
can
sure. Absolutely.
actively go and be like, I'm going to edit my genes so that I have a certain gene that a trait for this or a trait for that.
For sure. At the moment, it's not that simple. It is very complicated. I would say at the moment we're at the level where we know certain genes increase the risk of certain diseases. For example, we do know that certain genes are associated with things like intelligence. But it's more complicated than we thought, because we used to think that, like, oh, maybe these 2 or 3 genes, and then that's what makes you smarter, right? But really, we're talking about a combination of hundreds, if not thousands, of different gene sequences that actually sort of that inhibit or sort of increase your intelligence, and we don't really know how they work together. So any genetic modification at the moment is a gamble. Like we're talking about, sure, maybe you increase your kid intelligence by 1%, but you also may have increased the rate of Alzheimer's development, right?
Yeah.
We don't know or understand what the different genes do well enough yet, but I definitely think that we're in the, like, it's gonna be a thing, sure.
Now I believe that this is where the hybridization is going to happen.
Secret plans
the
to
crossover.
archive 3 will, or to achieve 3 will. This is more likely, but I'm sorry, there is no way you can't. That crit damage step to a whip, that 3 profit. What the fuck? Peace out, Oya. See you, Vincent, man. Thanks for stopping by. This is just silly to watch. Maybe. But it's a serious, absolutely serious discussion. And in terms of CRISPR, Unity Sanchez, I think CRISPR is a great tool that makes sort of gene editing way more available to the general public, but CRISPR is also not at all precise enough to edit human babies. Sure, you can, but the error, or the amount of flaws you would have in your gene editing with CRISPR is nonetheless still at a place where it's too imprecise, right? It's a great tool. It's an absolutely amazing tool.
It's really risky.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great tool, but I don't think it's suitable for editing human embryos. I wonder if your opinion about that, if we accept there's no free will, is it true to punish bad people or award someone for their achievement? That doesn't feel right. Okay, here's the thing. It is totally logical. When it comes to bad people, right? When it comes to bad people, you don't want to punish them for the sake of punishment. Like, it should never be about punishment. When you lock someone up in a jail, for example, it should be a value judgment between, first of all, do we think it is likely that we can improve you as a person? That is to say, do we think it is possible to rehabilitate you in such a way that you can come back into society, pay taxes, and thus contribute as a whole? If the answer to that question is no, in other words, if we can make a very sort of rational argument or study to say that we are absolutely certain that this individual, the chances of ever having him in society in a productive manner because he just loves killing people, right? That's a hilarious, retarded example, but oversimplified. But you get what I mean. If we conclude that, then I think it's more ethical and morally justified to humanely kill the person, because it shouldn't. And I'm willing to change my mind on that, but it should never be about the punishment. And as for feeling good for our achievements, that's natural. But if you think about it logically, then no. Pride is not an emotion that makes sense. Again, from this physical real world perspective. That doesn't mean I don't feel it. Again, there's a difference between how we should legislate things in our sort of in our very sort of unemotional moments, right? Again, for example, I would argue that it is no more someone who has killed your kid. Right? Let's just say there's a murderer, he kills the baby or the kid of this woman, right? It is rational to say that, well, it's not his fault in this view, right? Because he didn't choose his genes, he didn't, choose his uprising, he didn't choose the time in which he was born. It was really his fault that he was destined to kill that person. Yeah. And I would say no, it's not his fault. But nonetheless, is that going to help for the woman? Is that going to make her feel better? No, of course not, because she's a human, she has emotions. It's in our legislative moments that we need to be rational about these things. And I feel emotions just as much as the next guy. I'm in fact a very emotional person. But it's but I feel like, at least to some extent, not entirely, but I feel like to some extent I've learned how to step back from those emotions, notice them as they occur, and try to rationalize them, right? Because that's important if you are trying to make decisions while you legislate over other people. Then you have to be dispassionate, and you have to look at things logically and not emotionally. I wonder. So yes, that's my opinion on that. So that again, I feel proud about my YouTube channel. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Does that mean I don't feel pride? No, of course I do. It's my opinion that every piece of legislation should be considered through the purview of the general well-being of human. Exactly, I totally agree with that. But I think we're also very far away from that happening. Unfortunately, at least the general population of planet Earth needs to be a lot more educated, a lot better educated, before that ever becomes a thing.
I'll not die here. It would be embarrassing.
And again, if those of you that may totally agree with me, that is totally fine. I'm a reasonable dude, I think. At least I'm totally willing to change my perspective on certain of these things in light of better arguments. I don't think I have the right answer to all of these questions at all whatsoever. These are just the best arguments I've heard in my life, and I've spent a fair bit of time thinking about these. Way more, I think, than the average person, at least, as someone who is really, quite the nerd about this, and also enjoys physics. So again, there's always more to learn, and I'm under no delusion that I have the right answer to all these questions. Let me just make that clear. I'm totally willing to change my mind on these things, but it has to be in light of better evidence, right? You should always change your mind in light of better evidence, but at the very least consider it.
Dude, I'm so glad you said that. At least be considerate of other people's opinions, right? Because what's happening in today's day and age is like, if you don't have an opinion the same as, so-called theirs or ours, you become labeled an enemy.
Yeah, it's
without even like.
Sorry, you go ahead. I talk too much.
No, sorry. I was going to say you get labeled as an enemy of the public, as an enemy of society, as an enemy of the state when you don't want to partake in the bullshit, dude. Like,
I wish I could say I know, but I actually don't. As a Dane, that is never something I've experienced. I can say yes, I understand in sort of an abstract way, hearing about the perils that happen out in the world, right? But the truth is, I've never ever been in a situation that is relatable to that myself. I'd like to think that I understand it, but I don't. Not from a first-person perspective, as much as. Yeah, that's another thing I think a lot of people don't understand. I don't think this is going to sound so hypocritical, but I don't think people understand just how little they understand about the first-person perspective of other people. It is really hard to put yourself in the shoes of another person. In fact, I'd say it's literally impossible unless you are them. That is literally the only. That doesn't mean that you can't understand certain aspects, right? But yeah, I think it's hard to imagine just how differently. How differently
life can play out for people based on experience.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that sometimes it's the right thing to say that I understand. I can't understand that. I do think that sometimes that is definitely the case, even if you try to. It's just, I can imagine.
Do you know how you were talking about China worrying you earlier, man? So, dude, I have a feeling it's going to come down to China and Russia taking the gloves off within the next 10 years, man.
Yeah, I'm way more worried about China than I am about Russia. Not because I think Putin is definitely a threat, but he seems like a stable threat. You know what I mean? Yeah, like. And don't get me wrong, I think the United States is a potential threat. As much as I think. Don't get me wrong, I don't want any...
Dude.
No, wait. Hear me out. I don't mean the current way things are. Like, I love the United States. It's a Western country. I think it's an amazing country. It's a country that's done a lot of good, and it's currently the single only reason why the world is somewhat stable. But, with that said, the United States have shown just how uneducated their electorate is. They have shown just how brittle democracy really is in the Western world. Like, really. The problem with having a population that, on average, again, I'm not saying everyone, is so uneducated, is that when you have an uneducated population, then you accept uneducated leaders. That is just a fact. When you don't understand basic science, then you can't hold them accountable when they're lying. And so I have, I wouldn't say I have no faith, but I've lost a lot. Sort of, I used to think that they were untouchable, but let me put it. I'm not saying that I like the United States, but I'm not certain in their future. Let me put it that way. It could go horribly wrong. in the blink of an eye, in my opinion. Their systems are not as certain, as sort of sustainable as they may think. At least, again, that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong about this. I'm, again, not trying to hate on the United States, because I think, as I just said, it is the only reason we're not all fucked at the moment, right? So I'm not trying to diminish that of being an American, but I think the country seriously needs to educate it needs to raise the floor of its population in terms of education, because like the average American is just too uneducated, too superstitious, there's just, and that is just dangerous, because when that is the problem.
Literally, they're breeding a generation of rebels there, man.
So I think the world is very certainly uncertain what's going to happen in the next 20 years between those three supposed superpowers. Whether or not you want to call them that, that was just make it easier, right? But yeah. Honestly, part of me, I can't believe I'm saying that, there was a part of me that for a moment during the Trump presidency went, I'm not sure if I prefer Putin. And that says something, because I don't like him. But at least he was stable, you know what I mean? I have no doubts that he's a horrible person being who has like ordered murders of several people through poison and stuff. But at least I know that that's where I got him, you know what I mean? At least I know, okay, here's Putin, you know, he likes to murder people with sort of radioactive substances. I forgot what it was. What it was exactly.
Poison people's tea with
exactly.
radioactive
But at least I know
waste.
that's where I got him, right? I know he says, he has that sort of really self-satisfied, smirky smile when he's asked by journalists if, do you have anything to do? It's like, not at all. And you can just see the blink in his eye, right? But at least I know that's where I got him. And I almost
get to claim your device in another country. How many the agents Orange in Vietnam have killed people? For how many days?
Yeah.
America hasn't been in war in the last century?
Pretty much every.
Thanks, the lady. Only one left.
Exactly. So I'm not.
Putin is really a threat.
Exactly.
And you think America is the cause of?
It's not Bugman's, I'll tell you that.
Fight, yes, fight. The path will clear.
No, can you go ahead, my friend? Go ahead. I want to hear what you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe lots of things are. I understand very well English, but I speak very bad.
No problem.
It's okay. English isn't my first language anyway. It's okay, man. Yeah, you're doing great.
If you can get the point across, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, I strongly disagree with many things you've said in the last hour. But
right.
It's
totally fine.
It's tricky.
Again, I'm not trying to glorify the United States at all, either. I don't think you should glorify any nation. And again, as far as wars are concerned, there's no doubt that there've been a lot of wars, and you could argue both the good and the bad of each of those wars. But I think the one thing that is unquestioned, that is certainly true, it's that the military power of the United States, as much as I wish that militaries weren't even required, is currently sort of the excess of military they have is what's for a long time has prevented a lot worse military conflict.
The insurance of mutual destruction in case of war with the nuclear device.
To some extent, that's not a stable. I think the mutual destruction of nuclear sort of powers, that's not a long-term stable thing. You know what I mean? That only goes for so long until one system fails.
Yeah, it's not checkmate, right?
Yeah,
it's just check.
Exactly. It's. I don't think that's a great system to base world peace on.
Yeah.
I think it's a hard problem again, because there is less wars now and less people dying now than there ever has been in human history. Don't get me wrong, that's a fact. The amount of wars has only gone down, and the amount of people dying has gone down. But we still have a long way to go for.
The nature of war has changed. They don't fight directly; they fight by proxy.
That is true.
Because they know if they face each other directly, the world will end. So it's just propaganda. Everything is propaganda.
Yes.
What do you mean
yeah.
everything is propaganda? Again, that's a statement. That's an argument I've had to some extent with the same dude I mentioned earlier, Saber, on my Discord channel, where I feel like the moment you say everything is propaganda, then we can make no progress. To say everything is propaganda is to give up answering the question. That is just to say, okay, we know nothing, no one can know anything, why even bother having the conversation in the first place?
There is land for knowledge and land for propaganda. There's no propaganda in mathematics.
I agree. But how do you know which scientific study to trust if it's all propaganda? I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a lot of propaganda in the world. There definitely is a lot of propaganda. But I don't think it's right to say that all of it's propaganda. Like, not all journalism is propaganda. A lot of it, I mean, most of it to some extent has an agenda, but also not all of it. It is plausible and possible to be objective about the journalism in a situation. I'm not saying that that's prevalent, especially not in the United States, but it is plausible just to sort of, what's the word, observe what happens in a story and just explain it, just tell what happens without any bias. I think a lot of people think that everything is politics these days. I'm like, no, it's not. What's right, what is objectively true, what is a fact, is not, that's not political. Science has nothing, I know everyone wants to politicize science, but science is not politics.
Yes.
Never should be.
Science has nothing to do with politics. It's not the same real.
But they're making it that way now.
They're trying
they
to.
Literally, yeah, they're trying to.
And it's horrific.
And it makes me sick, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, let me see. There's a shocking huge amount of uneducated people here, even in Los Angeles. People that are ignorant of an intense amount of basic information. I agree. Well, if you do know that there is where you got him, but no one can do anything about it, does it really matter that you know? Wait, let me just make sure I get that. Well, if you know that there is where you got. Wait, well, I'm not. What are you referencing? 60? I missed something. Doesn't really work that way. Help us. Wait, I think I missed too much of chat for it to make sense. Wait. Just I'll catch up once we get to the end here. We're almost there. Essentially turned into a political podcast with background gameplay and night. I mean, we also talked about, philosophy and a bunch of other stuff. Like, let me just scroll here. One of your parents read that already. Well, it doesn't work that way, so I feel helpless, and it's like a dead end. I think the world is fucked. Is that a pessimist way to look at it? Yes, it is. Population kept purposely uneducated, so the current establishment, CIA, FBI, etc. could do as they please, but no, I don't think you have any reasonable evidence to back that up, Clement. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I also don't see the sentiment. This whole idea that the governments are trying to sort of keep the population uneducated in order to. I don't think that makes any sense whatsoever. From like if you look at just how chaotic things are in the United States, from a perspective of someone trying to obtain control, that makes no sense whatsoever. So I disagree very much with that. Although I could be wrong. I wouldn't say it's impossible.
For instance, did you know that general population in Western countries have lost 20 points in IQ?
Wait, sorry, could you say that again?
10 points in IQ.
Say that again.
General population in Western country have lost, in average, more than 10 IQ points in the last 20 years.
That is literally impossible. Because the definition of IQ comes from the average. Like 100 IQ is always the average IQ, no matter how smart or dumb people are. Because so you can't really have an IQ loss across a whole across all of the Western world, because the IQ is actually defined by the average of the population. That makes sense.
But it's lower. It's people are as time pass, people are getting dumber.
I disagree. I think people are on average getting smarter, having more knowledge. On average, like worldwide, there's no doubt about it. I don't see how anything else could seems plausible. Like we have better nutrition. Like sure, you could say that
nutrition is worse.
No, it's not. Even if you take a country like America and say, oh, we've started to get fat, we're starting to we've started to have a lot of fast food and stuff. On average, nutrition is still better than it ever has been.
As an apple is worse than it was 50 or 60 years ago.
No, it's not. Not if you compare the whole populations. If you take specific groups, like you may say that the middle class has a worse diet today than they did 50 years. That might be true, but the middle class is also a way different size today than it was at that point. On average, there's no doubt that conditions in the world, pretty much across the world, except for sort of highly localized, like you could say conditions, are not exactly getting better for Uyghurs in China. Or you could select a bunch of other places, right? But on
places
average,
like South Africa, for example, that are just in the shit.
Exactly. But on average, on whole, more wealth is being generated than ever. And there's no doubt that life conditions, even for the worst in society, are only better. And only getting better. And Sebastian, what's up, my friend, man? Welcome. Thank you so much for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate that. Sebastian, my friend. How are you doing? Also, parents are very important in human upbringing, for sure. Our politicians lie to us to carry us the interest of their campaign donors. Yes, they do in the United States. I don't think they do here, because here they have no campaign donors. There's no such thing. I struggle to understand the logic of having a society where your democracy is dependent on how many donors and how rich you are.
On who's funding
exactly.
you, yeah.
It's like the opposite of a democracy in that sense.
Yeah, and that's what happened in South Africa, dude. People were like, no, we're doing this for racial equality, we're imposing trade sanctions. People don't know that the terrorist organization led by Nelson Mandela, ZANU-PF, was supplied with weapons. Tell me, where do South Africans, and people in Mozambique in the middle of the goddamn high-veld grasslands, where do they manufacture AK-47s? They don't. They got them from the Chinese Communist Party, man.
I would argue that it's easier to manipulate stupid people. In a sense, but the problem with stupid people is they also tend to be way more impulsive, right? It's like things don't... Make no mistake, things in the United States were this close to civil war, in my opinion. Like, this fucking close.
Oh man, party enough. I've got a friend, his name is Bayfly. Shout out to Bayfly. He's he's an older guy. He's in his 40s. He's living in the States at the moment, dude. This gentleman served 10 years. I know him personally. He served 10 years in the military, going to Afghanistan and all of that, dude. And now his whole society has literally turned against him because of this Black Lives Matter movement and what's happening in the world. Because after he left the service, he went to become a police officer, as most people do, And now he literally can't even do that because he's labeled as like the enemy.
It's hard. It's always hard to sort of conceive of a situation that I'm so far away from, right? To say what is... I can't say what is true and not true in that story. That's very hard. I try the best I can to conceive the bigger pictures, because I don't know, I've always been better at thinking about those.
Imagine dedicating 15 years of your life to serving your country, right?
And then
imagine after 15 years that same country you served and took orders for turns around and labels you as the enemy.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think the Black Lives movement started out meaning good, but again, it has absolutely turned toxic. What? I was blocking. There are technicalities. You don't donate directly to a politician as it is illegal. You can donate to their super PAC or other campaign person. Yeah, still. It's still really, really handicapped. That's not how it works. At least not. I can only speak for my own country, but that's not at all how it works. I also think it's retarded to have a winner-takes-all scenario. That's just woefully unhelpful. Like, a winner-takes-all scenario is scientifically speaking one of the worst case scenarios. Like, it is just it is set up for failure to have a winner-take-all scenario. It is proven in social studies that first of all, diverse groups of people with different opinions are the best at estimating the rationale in a situation. And an example would be, okay, here, let's say you have a jar. I know this sounds stupid. If you have a jar, but and Vsauce made a video about this recently. If you have a jar filled up with marbles, right? And you give it to someone and you say, estimate how many marbles are in this. You go, you think, you're like, how big is it? This, I'm gonna say 350, right? Okay, that number is always worse than if you give it to a group of individuals. And that group, some of them are gonna go way too high. Some are gonna say 3,000 easily, right? And some are gonna go way too low. They're gonna say, it's only like 75, right? And the average of all their answers is universally closer to the right answer than any individuals. So like the average of a bunch of people's answer always comes closer than the individual's guess. Like that is a statistical fact, right? So the odds of you are so tiny, right? In other words, diverse groups of people with disagreements in discussion with one another is the best way to approximate the right solution to a problem. That is to say that if you want to move forward, because the problem with winner-takes-all scenario is one year you do like this, and the next year you do like this, and the one year you undo everything that was done the last year, and it's like, it's such an up and down, it's so toxic, it's just not helpful, you know what I mean?
It's literally like a lame duck, right? There's no moving forward in that situation.
How a lot of people in the West, which I agree with, more poor decision, and thus poor voting choices, if you can call it a choice. Yeah, I agree with that, Clemon. Your IQ isn't what you know, it's how fast your brain works and how fast you can problem solve. EJ, I'd say IQ is loosely defined on a variety of factors. It is, like if you, in neurological studies, the science of the neuroscience of your brain, there are several types of intelligence, and they're all correlated to some degree. But for example, social intelligence, that is one type of intelligence that you can be really, like you can be a socially gifted, you can be a social genius even. That is the new way we look at the neuroscience of the brain. And problem-solving ability, that is one way, like rationale, pattern recognition. There are many types of smarts, right? And there's no doubt that they correlate, and we only know how to accurately measure some of them. Like, for example, it's extremely hard to measure social intelligence other than looking around in the world and going, oh, that guy looks popular, but that's not a very good measure, right? So I think intelligence as a thing is definitely hard to measure. We know physically it's about information processing in a physical system. That's also woefully unhelpful when it comes to the brain and social interactions. It's corrupt, they have expanded power outside the bounds of the US. I hesitate to say what is and isn't corrupt, because again, saying any of that with certainty is so difficult. Even now, as I'm talking about how I think the Chinese Communist Party is one of the biggest threats to humanity, it's hard to know anything without first-hand experience, right? But the evidence does suggest that they are absolutely horrific in a lot of ways. And using gang rape as a form of punishment, not how I picture the world moving, you know, to a society with higher well-being and more well-being, you know what I mean?
I don't think gang rape is going to solve any problems.
No, exactly, that's the thing, exactly.
No matter how good or bad it feels in the moment.
That was fun.
We shouldn't be laughing, I'm sorry guys.
No, it's totally fine, I like dark humor. Again, as long as it's clearly humor, then I think everything is okay to joke about. Everything or nothing. Can't ever go on an arbitrary line in between. Either everything is okay to make fun of, or nothing is. And you can be more or less sort of aware of when it's appropriate to make fun of something. But at the end of the day, if you mean something as a joke, then I don't think there's any topic that should be off comedy. Because again, whatever offends you, it likely only offends you because it applies to you. You know what I mean? It's like
yes, there's a little bit of bitter truth in everything, right?
Exactly, and it's just so funny to me how some people with a straight face can go like, no, you can't make fun about that highly specific thing that totally applies to you, and then sit and laugh about something equally offensive. That is like,
still the same man.
you know,
Yeah,
right
like
next
young
to
girls on Twitch making young men commit suicide, dude. And we don't not allowed to talk about that
the
stuff.
same man. Never.
Membership fee makes once again.
Wait, why isn't it in chat? Oh, it's because it's not a super chat.
Semi-optimal pyro, but highly knowledgeable and much more a straight-up guy.
I actually completely forgot I had that thing that reads them up. It's so long. Thank you so much, Sebastian, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, my friend. It is unfortunate that he got a job that is notoriously clean, and people need a ton of reform. I don't think the police, the whole, are enemies, but not to push back would be insane. Max Store, I think the problem of police violence in the United States is very. First of all, it's highly complex issues, and it's highly unlikely that there are simple solutions. Let me put it that way. Outside of a total reform, it's highly unlikely that there are easy questions easy answers to. I think one thing that is true to notice is that the disproportionate amount both of black people get like. This is gonna sound incredibly wrong.
Can I just ask a question on your live stream quickly? If Black Lives Matter, why is it that there are still black people in South Africa that I know that are going hungry, that can't find work, you know what I mean? And they're meant to be living in the ultimate like age of empowerment for their generation, dude. Why is it that most of my black friends from South Africa that I went to school with were literally killed by gang violence and muggings and not by police? Like, dude, in South Africa, we are taught growing up, do not mess with the police, dude. These people are on edge. They're normally veterans. They have issues, you know what I mean? Don't get physical. Don't even get lippy, dude.
Yeah.
Like, we're all taught in primary school, even in South Africa, dude. If you interact with the police, it's good morning, good evening, ma'am or sir, and you just do what they say and move on, dude.
Okay, first of all, I want to separate the two, right? Because I would have a very different opinion if you ask me in the context of something like South Africa, or like a lot of other countries, compared to the United States, right? So what I was about to say would very specifically be in the context of the United States. Let me just start off by saying that, right? Because I think that those situations are very, very different. First of all, I'm going to say, how is it true that those lives matter? Well, again, that's why we got to structure societies better, right? Because the thing is, good people do bad things every day, all day, like in a lot of places. That is what it means to structure a society. That is to set people up for failure, right? And that is currently due to wealth inequality, due to power struggles. I'm sure there's 1,000 reasons why things are not the way they should be in South America, and I can't comment on those reasons because I'm not educated on those reasons. I'm not educated on the situation there, so it would be very hard for me to actually have a genuine opinion on those things because I don't know about them, right? Whereas, and so I'm so all I can say is I'm really sorry that that's the way it has been in your upbringing and in general, and still is. I'm so sorry. That's really all I can say to that. As for the United States, if you look at the data, right? You look at the data, and I'm sorry to say this, but look it up, okay? Look it up. Trust me, the data is actually really clear. If you look at the data, like when you have a population, this is really hard to say, okay? Because it is gonna sound, if you're of a certain belief, this might sound racist. But the thing is, it is extremely untrue to say that on average in the United States, the police is acting with racist intent. It just is. I'm sorry. One of the if you look at the data, sort of objectively, right? Then the amount of black people that are shot and killed, right, compared to the amount of white people, is completely proportionate to the amount of crime done by black people compared to white people. There is no disparity in the data at all whatsoever. And a lot of people will think that, no, you're crazy. No. Go look it up. There is no disparity. I'm not saying that there isn't a problem in the police, because there most certainly is. Right? There most certainly is. And there's a problem with how easy they shoot people. But there's also a problem in that it is disproportionately shown on social media and in the news. It is highly politicized, and it is highly divisive topic. But if you look at the data, at least the data that has been presented to the general population by any scientific study I have seen, it is just not true. Like, if you look it up on YouTube, for every video of a black person being shot by the police in the United States, there are 4 or 5, I believe, white people also getting shot. It's just that
No, but if you try and bring in empirical evidence, you are racist. Didn't you know?
Yes, I do know.
Because
exactly, and that's why I'm being very careful when I'm saying this. It's not. I'm not saying racism isn't real. I'm not saying that there aren't racist cops. There most certainly are. There are untrained cops, and there's no doubt that the police in the United States needs a fucking hell of a restructuring. Like the amount of incarcerations you have in the United States is like completely disproportionate to the fact that it's a Western country. There are so many things that are wrong. But if you look on the larger scale, the fact that the police is racist is just empirically, there's no evidence to suggest on a whole that is the case. That is not to say that there are no racist police officers. That is not to say that there are no Nazis in the police. That is not to say that there aren't bad people. It isn't to say that there are no racial inequalities. But as a whole, it is just not true to say that in general the police is racist in the United States. It just isn't in the data. I'm sorry. Former U.S. Senator from Texas. Wait, let me see. I recommended you looking into economist named Peter Schliff. He has some good takes on U.S. politics. Other times, he's out of his mind. He was a financial campaign advisor for Ron Paul. Don't know who Ron Paul is, I'm afraid. I feel like it's a common name. I feel like I've heard the name, but I have no idea who it is. Former U.S. Senator from Texas. Oh yeah, okay, so that's former U.S. Senator. Gotcha. Base pardon of law. It is too late to say that there is sound delay. Oh no, is there sound delay again? I'm sorry about that. This is likely also going to be my last game today because my voice is literally starting to hurt. I'm talking so much. Which is usually why I stop streaming. Because we talk about too much deep shit. So I'm sorry, I'll have to I'll have to fix that another time, my friend. Took an example by your attitude. Unlike the Schrodinger's racist who just says offensive shit and then waits to say it, it is a joke after it's poorly received. I don't think I agree with that. I mean, you're right. Any person can go up, say something extremely racist, and then go, oh no, that's a joke. But to be in your shoes and say that that is racist without actually knowing it, that is your racism, that is your bad will imposed on the other person. And even if you're right in some cases, even if in some cases you're true to say, oh, that was racism,
You did it.
to imply that it was when you can't possibly know, that is to me more disgusting than actual racism. Because that means if I make a racist joke, that means you're actually taking your ill will and you're assuming my bad intentions without actually knowing if they're there. And I think that is way worse than it is a hard problem to eliminate racism. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But to assume the worst in people before you actually know it, I feel like that is just worse. I think that would be way worse than to allow a racist in sort of in hiding here and there. You know what I mean? At the very least, in one case, we have someone who has to hide the fact that they're actually racist because actually letting that out would mean total sort of alienation in society. Right? I mean, that is progress compared to where we were, like even just 50 years ago, even especially 100 or 200 years ago. So I think the tone is completely different when they talk to me or them. Knife, I have, in many situations with police, I am treated completely differently by law enforcement compared to my black friends. I agree with your statement, the media and other groups are trying to focus on these topics because it gets clicks. Man of color, and I feel the same way. You don't fuck with a police officer. The tone is completely different when they talk to me or them. I have no doubts that can be true. but that is a local problem. I have no doubt that there's a difference between who you are, but there's also a logical difference in some cases, right? Because take it from a police officer. In some cases, and again, this is highly dependent on what state and city you're in and how well trained the officers are in that area. But it is the problem that you have in the United States to begin with is the fact that as an officer, you actually have to worry about every hand movement being a potential gun that's drawn and shooting at you. That must be an immense fucking pressure every like, I have never, like, that is just a completely, like, that is so different from the reality I've grown up with. Let me put it that way. Like a lot of police officers here, they don't even have guns because that's how, like, the odds of them needing them. Like, the police fire a gun, like I don't mean per police officer. I mean in total in Denmark, like an officer has to fire their gun. Maybe. I think there might be like 5 shootings in the whole, like, of all police officers in Denmark in total. That is how rare it is that a gun has to be fired. I don't know the exact numbers. I made that up, but it is so extremely rare that a gun has to be fired.
Yeah, weapon doesn't have to be discharged in Denmark because people have common sense.
Exactly, and people don't have guns, right? So it is a different reality, and if you're again, sometimes there. Here's the thing about racism. To some degree, everyone is. Racism isn't a yes or no. Racism, like everything else in life, is a spectrum. The human brain is made to put things in boxes. I have been beaten up 3 times in my life. All 3 times were by colored immigrants. That means one day, walking in in the dark, like it was evening, right? And I realized that I had a thought, which I then later realized that was actually racist. There was a man walking behind me, of color, and I realized it was roughly 2 months after the 3rd time, and the 3rd time was by far the worst, right? And I realized, oh shit. For a moment there, like, my brain completely unconsciously went into a fight or flight response mode. Because I saw that it was a man, and it wasn't like I was thinking, wow, I need to watch out because that guy has color. That's not how it worked. It's just my brain completely unconsciously went, oh shit, that might be one of those guys, right? And it wasn't intentional. I wasn't trying to like, it was not with that. It was just, I had been beaten, pepper sprayed in the eye, and threatened to have my fingers cut off, right? So that was a traumatizing experience to some degree. Like, not that I didn't deal with it, I felt like I had, until I realized, oh shit, actually I hadn't completely, because if I had, I wouldn't have, in that moment, I noticed I was like, oh shit, maybe it's one of those guys, right? And it wasn't on purpose. But that was to some degree, you could mark that as a form of racism. It was putting someone in a box. Thankfully, I was able to step out of the box and say, oh, I don't actually know that about them, right? I think to the extent that you can step outside your prejudice, everyone has them. Again, the moment you look at someone, regardless of whether it's color or clothing, you immediately form some opinion about them. And that opinion might change as you hear their opinions. You hear them talk, you get to know them, but you form opinions about people based off of their opinions, whether you like it or not, whether you're conscious of it or not. But to that degree, everyone is a racist. And if you've been told something specific about a certain group, like if you're a police officer and someone tells you, oh, by the way, you're 3/4 more likely to get shot by a black guy. If you come in with that somewhat racist attitude, then what comes out of that engagement is also, is more prone to be someone gets shot, right? Because everyone is on edge. And you could say that guy's a racist for assuming that. But it might not be in the way people label racism. It doesn't have to be, oh, I hate black people. It can totally just be that you're aware of the fact that is more likely because you've known, let's just say you're a police officer, and of all your the 3 friends that died that you know, all 3 were shot by black guys. Let's just say that is the case. Whether or not that has anything to do with it,
case,
of course you're then gonna have that in your mind as an officer. I wouldn't call that actual racism. It's not that you hate black people, have anything against it. It's just that you are making unconscious that you're treating them differently because you're in a context where you know it could be life or death. And if that's the sort of the data, I'm not focusing that much on the game, sorry. if that is the impression you have, whether true or not, then it's only natural that that is how you react. You know, you get what I mean? And so, and I'm not saying that that is right or that that's how it should be, but I wouldn't call that a racist. You know what I mean? It's from bad.
Okay, but now from my side, dude, it's actually, I would argue that now you as an individual did not have any intent on, you know, labeling that person who beat you up, or, you know, human nature, you want to trust people, right? You don't look at someone and automatically assume, oh, danger, threat, or whatever.
Of course not.
But because of what happened to you and what you've been exposed to, your brain reacted a certain way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
completely.
you would be labeled as evil in today's society based on your traumatic experience. But now, imagine what happened.
That's very general. You're right that some in some circles. I wouldn't say in society, because again, otherwise I wouldn't be able to share it right here, right? Like, I'm being completely honest and open. There are rational people in the world, but you're right.
Thank you for correcting me like that, actually. It's good that you said that, because, yeah, it's not the whole of society, you're right. It's a branch.
It's always
of it,
easy
right?
to put it that way, but it is hard to be accurate about it. I know what you mean. I know that's not what you meant. It's just, I like to be, when we're talking about these important things, I think it's worth taking the time sometimes just to try and be
a little
accurate,
bit
but I get what you meant. Yeah. But you're welcome. What were you saying?
But now, dude, the thing is that your government has put you in that situation. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm lucky.
It's nothing to do with you as an individual or your neighbor or anyone's skin color. This has happened because the government has allowed it to happen, dude. Like, the biggest problem here in the UK, I'm not even from here, I've only been here a year and a half, and their biggest problem is immigration. They actually have a massive problem. Now, dude, if I had known a year and a half ago I could have come to this country for free if I just floated through the White Cliffs of Dover on a door, I would have done that instead of paying, you know, £4,500 to get here. But it would have come with the repercussions and the label of, you know, oh, I can't find a job normally, I can't do that normally, I have to live in fear and all of that.
Again, but it's okay to feel that way. And also in chat, Max Stora, I really appreciate that you say that, because again, whether or not it's true, it's always important to realize that maybe one's opinion is biased. It doesn't have to be, but I think it's always healthy to check one's own stance, right? Again, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I have completely misconstrued how the situation really is in the United States. I don't have the first-hand experience, but I think first-hand experience is quite often the most biased one. You know what I mean? If you when you want to legislate and be dispassionate about things, and you look on the big scale, then it's actually sometimes a really bad idea to ever zoom in on any one case, right? Because any one case, you get emotional. Again, that's why people that are trying to get you to donate to for example, to a charity, they will always show the individual case. They won't. Because if you can't really relate to data on a certain size, right? If they told you this many people starve to death or don't have any water, you go, but I don't have enough money to fix that.
Head, yeah.
If you show one kid, right? Exactly, one kid with flies in his eyes that's too skinny, and like, oh, you can relate to that kid, and then you give. But that is nonetheless, again, that is using sort of the biases of human nature in an attempt to, again, do good, right? To the extent that charity is good, of course, that also varies. Wow, I'm thirsty, and my throat is starting to hurt for talking too much. That doesn't mean you hate all people.
Do you want to go get something to drink while we...
I'm gonna just grab some water real quick.
Yeah.
All I know for sure is hear about the world, and I really wanted to do better. And it's hard, man. It's hard. Buddy getting harassed, we're having a box cutter on them, yeah, of course. I understand, Max. I understand. I would be, again, that was me. Like, it's hard not to be biased when you have that experience firsthand, right? Of course it is. I don't blame, that's why I try not to blame people for their biases. And of course I can't know which biases I myself have, but I'm sure I have them. Like, of course I do. Like, everyone does, right? And it's hard to know one's own biases. But to the extent that it's possible, I do think it's important to recognize them and try to step away from them to the extent that you can, again, in your more dispassionate moments, right? Because, again, if someone just killed your baby, no one would ask that mom to be dispassionate or unbiased about fucking hating the person who just murdered their baby. Of course not, like, that would be illogical. Of course you're not gonna ask her to be dispassionate or unbiased about, fuck that fucking guy who just fucking murdered my kid, of course. But that's not the mode you're in when you
That's the human condition, man. It's difficult to disassociate in the moment, right?
Of course.
Because, like, dude, after, like, I don't know if you know anyone that's been through, like, some heavy stuff, been through combat, like in South Africa.
Older brother was in Afghanistan, but again, he's legitimately, he's emotionally, he's the toughest guy I've ever met in my life. Like, my older brother, I'm not sure, I think he's slightly psychopathic. And I don't.
Yeah, but how, dude? But the points I'm trying to make is, how many years did it take him to stabilize after coming back, dude? And he's not even, like you said, you never fully recover, dude. And that's my point, dude. Like, society is so set in its ways of do this, do that. You know, you go and you serve your country and you do this, you do your best to the best of your ability. It messes with you. You're not gonna come out on the other side the same person, dude. I'm 28 years old. I don't have children. I don't have a wife because I still wake up screaming at night, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not ready for a family, dude.
Yeah, I still have, again, I can, to a way lesser degree than you, I can relate to what you said in terms of, like, sometimes waking up. I've tried that. I'm not, probably in less terrible ways than you, but I have tried that. So I totally believe that. I have to say, Flavio Alvarenga, there's just no data I've ever seen to suggest that is true. To say that is true, like, that is an extraordinary claim. I wouldn't say it's impossible that it's true, but to make a claim like that, you need extraordinary evidence. And if you don't have that, then I think it's extremely irresponsible to say that. Because that is as racist one way as you claim that people are the other. That is just an unhelpful, like, again, to say that the United States government is just systematically racist, trying to in an intentional attempt to try to eliminate black people. What a disgusting opinion. I'm sorry, if you don't have the data to suggest that, then I think that is a highly toxic opinion. I'm sorry to say that, and I don't think you mean it badly, but I think it is woefully unhelpful and yeah, extremely dishonest to say that without the actual evidence. Sorry.
If you think your country tried to kill you, why will you stay in this country? First of all.
Yes, exactly. Why would you stay in the USA, dude? If I can make a plan to leave the third world from South Africa to come here, it may have taken me 7 years to get here. But, dude, if it's really that bad, then go to another country and start again, dude.
And I'm sorry if it's not that. We can all agree that's difficult, right? Don't get me wrong. Life is hard.
Yeah, life is by no means easy, but this is life, dude. It's being fluid and being able to change, dude.
I will agree with that, Clement. That poverty, like, I would say, to the extent that reparations wasn't such an impractical issue, and what I mean by that is, like, I think reparations morally is totally in its place. That is to say, I think it is entirely rational to say that black people are owed, like, black families to some degree are owed something. Like, there's wealth there that they have not been able to generate as a result of slavery that somehow you could easily morally say is owed from one to another. But
no, hold on. So I could say the same thing for young white people living in South Africa,
yes,
then,
you
because
could.
we don't have the same in South Africa. There's no public school that the government pays for. There's no national health system. Do you know what I mean?
I think the problem is the practical bit. How do you determine who does and who doesn't? What if someone is black but didn't have has no relation to someone who was a slave? How do you judge how much and to whom it goes to? Does it go to individuals who are descendants of slaves and didn't actually suffer it themselves? Does it go? It's a very hard logistical problem where I have no clue. Like, I'm totally open to better, but I have no clue how you would determine and distribute it. I'm sorry. That was my last game because I also have videos to make. But this is a good discussion. I totally agree. It's a very good discussion. And again, I always love it when people disagree with me because that means I can improve my own position and my own arguments. Because again, I'm under no delusion that I know or have the right answer to all these things. It's topics that I've argued a lot about with a lot of people and spend a lot of time thinking about, and thus am opinionated on, right? But I'm always love it when people will question and challenge my views on these things, because that's how we make progress. That's how we form better opinions. Can't talk about things. That's why cancel culture is a problem, right? Because if you can't have healthy, honest disagreements, then how are we ever gonna make any fucking progress?
Yeah. Also, Party Knife, dude, thank you for your content. Thank you for the runs. It was an honor to jam out with you, man.
Dude, thank you for a wonderful conversation.
I just want to say to all your young viewers, young men, like, if I can, just be considerate, right? Don't fall too quickly into people's political views. As young men, it's our responsibility to basically head up the next generation. So try to be a little bit more conscious, and also if someone is struggling, help them, guys. Like,
give them a hand. That's a good way.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say we pay. Who's going to pay? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It is, practically speaking, it is almost like I don't see a way. I could, if someone has a solution for that problem, I think it's the morally right thing to do. But practically, I don't see how it should work. That's the problem with reparations. Morally, I'm for it. But practically, I just don't see how it would make sense, right?
About IQ, I was referencing a student from Norway in 2018.
Yeah.
From Bernd Bratsberg and Ole Rodsberg. I can give you. I will give you link if you. If you want.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's quite.
Feel free to post it in like off topic.
Yeah. I will give you a few topics.
Do it. Fuck yeah. If you anyways, but thank you so much for tuning into the stream, guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed today's discussion. It was quite a good one, quite a long one. But I seriously need to get some rest now because my throat is literally hurting, and I have a video I need to finish for tomorrow. So think and research for yourself. Be open to opposing opinions. Let's at least not hate each other. That's a good philosophy, Clement. Definitely agree with that. Thank you guys so much for watching. And as always, love you guys. Stay awesome. Peace out.